welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は255日目です。It's day 255. It is level up day. We're getting to level 25 today. Probably a lot of... So, let me think about this. The most level up days are probably a lot of burn as well. We're just gonna have a bunch of burn items. Not sure what those 13 are. It kind of looks like, what is that? 76. So we have 71 items, maybe 2 clusters. We're finally getting into the point where it's hitting the new routine as opposed to the old. I'm sure there are maybe 7 or so leeches somewhere, right? All right. There are a couple things from yesterday because yesterday was burnout day, right? We do our 5-day cycle burnout. Starting with the most disappointing, which was Haidu. To enter. Couldn't for the life of me. Kai is a given. Shell. Jubun. Jubun. Whoa. That slipped out of my hand. Jubun wa sufficient, right? Sufficient. Ichimonji. There's Ichimonji. Heck. Straight line. Shogatsu. Shogatsu. New Year. Those are the 5. Right. Those are the 5. Not too bad. Most of them expected except for Haidu. Haidu was a slightly disappointment. Actually, Shogatsu was a little bit on the weaker side too. Unexpected. Let's get into our review today.
Shokkaku.
Oh, there, Proko. Just popping in for a little. Fair enough, fair enough. Hello, hello. What's on your mind today?
Hidari ude.
Hidari ude.
Kaiwa.
Heiwa. Kaiwa. Okay. Fair enough.
Kenkyu.
NQ. We'll do some burn.
刺す
Not much, just preparing to go back to uni. Oh, it's today. Packing, or like, you're soon, right? Yeah, I remember this. You were a week or 2 weeks out, right? You're going to the snooker club. What is a snooker club? And then pub on Friday with your dad and sisters to see them before you go. That's lovely. What's a snooker club? You're gonna have to describe that to me.
電話
And it's a club where you play snooker. What's snooker? You're gonna have to explain snooker to me then.
一層
So you could burn it. It's similar to pool, but with 12-foot long tables and different rules. Interesting. You know what this kind of reminds me of? When I came across candlelight bowling, because I understand bowling, and I used to play billiards as well, like pool, but that's kind of an interesting thing because candlelight is bowling but with candlelights. I don't know if you ever. I think that's what they're called. Hold up. Don't quote me on this though. Hold up. No, candle pin. Sorry, not light. Candle pin. Candle pin bowling. I actually don't know what the origin, like, I don't know where candle. I heard it from Canadian. It's a Canadian thing. Okay, Canadian and the New England region. United States. Interesting. Yeah, the first time I came across candle pin bowling was Canadian. It's the one where you have to alternate potting a red then a color until all the oh, that's what it's called, snooker. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that's called snooker. Interesting. Okay, I have seen it. Largely through video games, because there are particular video games that I've played that have different variances of billiards, and I did see the alternating color one, especially with the red color. Often it's like red and yellow. I've seen red and yellow. I'm not sure if it's like multicolor or not, but I've seen red, yellow. Interesting. So you play that, huh? Listen, you're gonna have to talk yourself up. How's your snooker game, Roko? How's your snooker game? Oops.
展示会
NGK. What in the world?
歩道
Hodo. What the hodo? Like a paved path? Paved road or something? Maybe like an alleyway? Walk path? Walkway? It's gotta be some sort of like road. Maybe like gravel road. It's a road. What's another way to say like a sidewalk? Okay, that's fine. They're all about the same. Rarely, it's a lot harder than pool due to the size of the table and how small the pockets are. You're okay with for a novice, but you don't play enough to get that good. Okay, I see. You're suggesting that it's a lot harder than pool. Interesting. I feel like I can kind of see it because the pocket's smaller and the table is longer. But it's a competitive sport, so it's only as difficult as the competition. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? I watch the FGC sometimes, the fighting game community, like things that are put out from the fighting game community. And this reminds me of a situation when someone went around to interview and they asked, what is the hardest fighting game, right? That's a very topical thing. And you get exactly this discussion that I was thinking about. So I'm more in the mindset of the internal competition, right? And then those who are fundamentalists, those who believe that they play for individualistic progress, or like they're not involved in the competition, more like for recreation, they tend to view it based on the fundamentals of like the criterias of the game or the game itself, right? Like sports. And sure enough, that's how they were divided down. In fact, as they were going through the professionals, the people who play professionally, like esports, they split their answer exactly the way I was thinking about, where they would say like Tekken has a deeper complexity pool, so it could be construed as harder, but Street Fighter has better competition, so it is harder with Street Fighter. And that's what I immediately thought about when you said that it's a lot harder than pool. Like, for example, bowling would be a great example. It would be a little bit harder to predict because candlepin bowling, the pins are smaller. You could argue that it's harder because the pins are smaller. But because they're smaller, they're also lighter. And they have less carry. So you can also say it's harder because they're less carry. And then it's one of those things, like, I'm kind of curious if anyone rigorously compared them. Now you make me want to look up someone who competes in snooker and someone who competes in maybe like other formats, like, whatever the foundational billiards are, to see their fundamental breakdown. Like, if they compare it fundamentally or did they compare it relatively, right? You know what this kind of reminds me of? This kind of reminds me of like comparing the movements of a figure skater with the movements of an ice hockey player. Many would suggest that the ice hockey player has less difficult movements because they're incredibly gross movements, versus figure skaters who have very delicate and complex movements. But ultimately, then you factor in all the other things and it becomes a bit muddled, right? Where figure skaters do have competition, but it's built on individual and or partnered based progress, versus ice hockey, which you have the competition between humans, right? Like between each other. But figure skaters do also mentally compete with others, right? It's interesting. This is also like things like comparing a solo runner versus a group runner, like a competitive runner, right? I've always wondered how people approach these things. Obviously, for myself, it's as hard as I make it. And then if I'm competing with other people, it's as hard as my competitions. That's usually, I'm human centric, but it's definitely something that we share different perspectives on, and it provides a really interesting talking point, like kind of like language related stuff, right? Someone would say, There's the physical increased difficulty in playing snooker over pool due to the higher accuracy requirement. But comparing things like considering the position of the ball is hard to see which is hard in that sense. So the higher accuracy requirement also means that there's a low miss requirement. So like if the pockets are smaller, certainly it's harder to pocket them, but it's also harder to scratch. And the bigger table can create less crowdedness. So you may make an argument that a smaller surface area makes it more difficult than a larger surface area. I'm imagining the balls are the same, so the balls are the same size. Yeah, in my opinion, there's no physical increase in difficulty if what you're doing to execute that physical requirement is not something that is linear, right? So like you have to hit a ball into a smaller target. But that's like saying golf is harder than, like, golf has a smaller ball hitting into a small target than a disc being thrown into a basket. I'm comparing disc golf and ball golf. So I'm not entirely sure if there is a physical increase in difficulty when you have to be higher in accuracy if we're taking the consideration of the entire game. But if we were to isolate it to smaller target and larger target, yeah, smaller target requires more accuracy. Is it harder? It's difficult for me to ascertain, because it's like if you're shooting a rifle and a bullet is smaller, the target is smaller. If you're shooting an arrow, the target could be bigger, but neither one tells you how much physical difficulty is increased without its context. Like pulling a bow, like, but now we have the pool stick, right? The pool sticks are the same, I'm assuming, and the balls are the same size. So I would say I agree that it requires a higher accuracy. I'm not entirely sure if it's a physical increase in difficulty. Maybe a perceptual increase in difficulty. What I mean by that is the person who is going to play aims for that same accuracy. There's no physical increase in difficulty. You're still aiming at the same target. Now, it's difficult because less people are successful. You know, like a smaller target decreases the chance that the cutoff of people, but the physical input in doing so, you're still aiming at the same target. So you're hitting, if we normalize the distance from the ball to the target, when the target shrinks or expands, your physical input in it does not require any increase in difficulty. You are still aiming at the center of the target. Now, if we're comparing like ball positions, right? Then we have to take in the consideration of the table size. Smaller tables with many more balls are going to be arguably producing another problem that a larger table with the same size balls would not present. You personally think you find snooker hard to play than pool, but even if I compare your performance in both, it's tricky because in pool, if you lose, you can see how many balls you had left, but in snooker, if you lose, you can see how many points you got compared to your opponent. Yeah, but those aren't physical difficulties that I'm hearing, at least in my opinion. Those are mental difficulties. So, like, now you're comparing performances because it's tricky because the perception of score is different. What I'm suggesting is that if you're going to shoot the same ball with the same stick and with distance normalized, you're going to aim at the most precise target you can have. And in both cases, I would say if you take like an experienced pool player, there's no increase in physical difficulty, but there might be different perceptions in mental things, right? And hear me out. I'm gonna be super devil's advocate here, right? Now, if it's a mental game, then all perspectives are relative to the experience of the player. So golf can be trivial, ball golf could be trivial, but disc golf could be the hardest thing you've ever played. And we're talking about the mental game, because physically, say you can play disc golf and you can play ball golf, or you can play candle pin or regular bowling, whatever regular bowling is called, to differentiate from candle pin. The mental game is subjective. So now the question is, what you're telling me is it's often less difficult for you when you know what your score potential is, but it's more perceived as more difficult when you lose track, when you're unable to track what your probabilistic nature of winning is, which does come into play a lot. I think in my life, I've played mostly sports where you have the score potential, and your score potential tells you about individual performance, and it allows you to like be a little bit more mentally settled. Like for example, in bowling, you know you can only score 300. So every error you make lowers that projected score potential. And that, in a way, you can illustrate a competition with yourself as opposed to a competition with another person, right? And then when you do one-on-one, you can see their score potential versus your score potential. So you can like have a good gauge. But when it's convoluted, like there's no maximum ceiling or cap, it can be difficult because you don't know how you're performing in the moment, I suppose. You could be performing terrible, you can be performing well, which I think is kind of interesting to look at because it often deals with a binary state of mind. You either push yourself hard no matter what the score is, which is pretty much how I would myself, I would be a little biased towards. I would lean towards that. So when you're stating that, it's interesting that how knowing score potential or how scoring is happening affects your perception of difficulty. I don't really often empathize with that because genuinely you just play to the best of your ability, whether the opponent is doing well or not. There is something to be said about like lots of games that have score potential. So disc golf and bowling are two sports that I've played in. Both of them, there's like the smart golfing and like the smart bowling aspect of it, where if you know your opponent can't possibly beat your current score, you can lax up, right? And then that laxing creates a lower perception of difficulty. For myself, that lower perception of difficulty doesn't mean that you performed better, you performed worse. So the difficulty dropped, your perception of difficulty dropped because the game itself also dropped in difficulty. So then the relative amount of difficulty between those two states are normalized. So it correlates with your mental health. I'm often wondering, I wonder what a person who competes thinks about that. Do they feel like the game becomes easier if they know their opponent can't beat you, like in the moment, you know, like whatever the score is? Like in bowling, that happens. You do understand that although you think some comparison with the opponent is needed to gauge your skill in snooki, you do understand that although you think some comparison with the opponent is needed to gauge your skill in snooker. Yeah, but we weren't talking about skill. We were talking about level of difficulty, right? We were talking about the difficulty between billiards, or like standard bowling, and snooker. I believe then I guess you're suggesting, if this is how it's related to what I'm saying, in pool, in a standard game of pool, you don't. That would make it a contrast between snooker and billiards. Yeah, in snooker, there's a thing where if the opponent cannot win, they will end that frame without playing it out all the way. The mental difficulty is the game's not over until it's over. And then you're suggesting that snooker is the game is never over until it's over. But I would disagree that in pool, you can always win, even down to the last ball. So I'm not entirely sure that's your frame of mind here. Like, so hear me out. You can perceive that a game has mental stress if you're never in the clear, right? Like 99% of games, you're never in the clear. Then you're under the mental pressure and stress of not knowing who will win, right? That creates mental difficulty. In pool, you can full rack anyone at any time. So in both cases, the scoring format within the game. Now, I don't know how between games. So like, for example, tennis, right? Tennis has sets, and there's momentums going up and down, and that's the mental game, right? How that, if you're making an argument that snooker has something like that is dramatically significant than billiards, where you have game momentum, right, when you're playing, but I'm guessing it's within the game, right? Whether you can win or not. I still don't know. Yeah, that's a difference between pool and snooker. In snooker, if you pot every pool and always pot the black after each red, then you get 147 points. So if an opponent has 74 points, then the game cannot be won by the opponent. Doesn't that lower the difficulty? So hear me out. That is describing what I was thinking about when it came to bowling and disc golf. Score potentiality. That to me is a mental game. So I agree, mental difficulty changes, but for me that would decrease the difficulty of snooker compared to billiards, because standard pool, outside of the game, within the game, like each round, the next ball is the reason you may lose. So giving up a ball will mean they can full rack you, right? They can completely come from zero. So the points in between doesn't matter. It's a streaking game, a combo game. So I could make an argument that it is more mentally stressful for a game that's based on combo gaming than snooker, which is a points game. For the record, I spent most of the sports that I played were points games, including video games, and like except certain competitive games weren't point games, and I didn't enjoy them as much because they didn't reward consistency in point gathering. So for example, like League of Legends is a great example. You can have all the KDA ratios you have, but if your team loses. Right? Overwatch is very similar. That's why I kind of use different mindsets for non-point games, or what I call objective games. So like, be it sports or video games, right? Some argue esports, right? Esports and sports. When it's a point game, I kind of enjoy it a lot more because it gives you an internal metric system upon which you can evaluate your own performance versus your opponent, right? However, when you get into a solid objective game, the pressure tends to be leaned on the objective. So if you're not winning the objective, the points become a little less meaningless. So when the objective is already swing into your favor, then ultimately it lowers the mental game, right? However, most objective games allow swings. So those swings is what creates the mental burden the whole time. Like, oh yeah, that's why, in my opinion, League of Legends is kind of notorious, because swings don't actually happen very often in League of Legends. So it's less of a mental burden on the victor, the one that has the strong momentum, and it's more of a burden on the loser. So what happens then is, if you understand that you're always on the back foot, it becomes extraordinarily mentally difficult. And then when you're often identified with the victor, the superior person, or the superior team, the mental difficulty is is lessened. And then you have that lingering conversation with yourself in the back. If you don't have competition, are you performing better on the individual level, or like for yourself? The answer is usually no. A victor that is constantly in favor and conditionally in like an objective game, they tend to perform less to their potential than a underdog who's performing with more mental difficulty. So that's another interesting question, where if you're constantly pressured, do you perform better or do you perform worse? Which obviously that's up in the air, because we're still talking about mental games. It kind of does decrease the difficulty in a sense. Do you think it also sort of increases it in the sense that you have to be good enough to pot at least 74 points in as few turns as possible? I think so. So the question is, where is your mental stressors? Do you like snookers more than standard pool? Hear me out. My stressors in point games is that is the major stressor, which is to find ways to score and meet the minimum requirements as quickly as possible, right? So when I play casual things, I prefer swingy games. When I'm hardcore, I tend to prefer point games. That's my like personal bias. So if I'm really invested in something, I want to be able to measure my proficiency regardless of the outcome of the objective. So bowling was excellent, right? I go in thinking, if I can bowl more than 200 points, it's great. That means I've performed in my average, right? Like there's a point system. So I've done more than average. Like for example, disc golf, if you're aiming for a specific score, if you score better than that, you have assurance, win or lose, right? So that's like hardcore stuff, as in the stuff that I want to invest in the long term. When I'm casual, I tend to view things with the swinging, because the swinging is your chance. So your odds go up, but at the cost of less emotional baggage for someone who is casual, and more emotional baggage and mental baggage for someone who is hardcore about it. So for me, things like League of Legends, I take casually. For things like I don't know, a single player roguelike game that has a timer, then I would take it more hardcore, because I can measure my own performance and then use that to be relative to others. I can see the granularity in my own performance. So in a way, you can like own up to it, so to speak, and you can improve where other competition can be irrelevant to you. You can choose for them to be irrelevant for you. In competitive play with swinging objective games, your output is weighed on winning the objective. So and I'm saying all of this is because oftentimes I know what I try to understand how I'm going to interact with the game, and this discussion about difficulty is really really a good one. Language learning is a great example. You can treat it like a points game, or you can treat it like an objective game. And funny enough, I treat it as an objective game, not a points game. But the thing is, I treat it, so I'm a casual language learner. Like, I wouldn't say I'm a hardcore language learner, or I take language learning seriously. Because when you start taking things seriously, typically humans gather towards a metric system or a points system. So did you pass a JLPT 1 through 5? How many hours did you talk with a native speaker? How often do you divide? Those are the points game. That's when you're fully, and I'm not saying every human interacts like this. I would say there's a lean towards the more you are invested into something, the perceived difficulty goes up because of the granularity of the point system. When you are still casual, the perceived difficulty is going down, and you weigh more heavily on the objective. So that's kind of like specificity versus generalization. And for myself, I understand that about myself. So right now, I am not a serious language learner because I do not measure myself in a way that defines it based on performance. I usually define myself based on objectives, and those objectives make it so that the outcome can be in anyone's favor on any particular day, as opposed to across a long all of days. Yeah, that's a weird thing to think about. Also, you mentioning underdogs reminded you of telling me about how underdogs aren't as prevalent in Asian media compared to Western media. Yeah, underdogs just do. If you're in a consistency, pragmatic. So point systems, right? Point systems depict consistency, and consistency is the hallmark, is one of the gold standards of commitment, right? And oftentimes commitment, things that require commitment, metrics and resolution, is often disproportionately represented as higher in difficulty, as in higher worthy of merit. So in Asian media, that's, underdogs, even overachievers sometimes. So because ultimately what's reported is the most consistent things. So overachieving is a lot better than being an underdog. Like are somewhat celebrated, but even then it's inundated by the consistency of everything else. And in Western media, it does the other thing. They do the underdog swings for the upset, and then the high things, and then the middle is lost. The middle is like mundane. Like rarely the middle. So what happens is whatever is standardized is considered less difficult, and whatever is a variant of the standardization is more difficult because it is exotic by relevance. So some may, and despite the fundamentals, like, is English harder than Japanese? From the mindset of someone who's going to like break down the perception, the mental hurdles of the language, the hardest thing is whatever the person doesn't know, right? That is from a casual perspective. So I'm a casual person. I don't know linguistics. I don't know the breakdowns of stuff. So kind of like when you said it's hard because it will be dependent on the context, the ball position, and all that stuff, right? The overall things. I think whoever is like really experienced and expert, they would probably can weigh in on a more point scale system. For myself, I'm a casual, so I would have to frame it in a generalization. And for me, English is easier because I know English. Japanese is harder because I don't know Japanese. Now, if you go to Japan and you'll ask them, hey, is Japanese or English harder? They'll say English because they know Japanese. They don't know English. That would be the quote unquote Asian, I'm going to generalize, Asian perspective. It's pragmatic. The thing you don't know is the harder thing. So how does this translate to the whole snooker and billiards thing? I don't know snooker. So no matter what you say, you can keep saying like, oh, it's difficult because of, and I'm saying they're very important points. These are important points. But for me, I don't even know what snooker is. Like I haven't even played it. No matter what, it's going to be harder than billiards. So I'm telling myself like, what is another way to argue or like to contribute to the conversation that isn't based on my inexperience? And for now, whatever you're introducing, snooker is harder, no matter what, in my perspective, because I haven't played any of it. So mentally, like if you're talking about the mental difficulty, it's always gonna be snooker. Until I play and understand the game, I can't possibly compare them. It's incomparable. So does that validate that snooker is harder? I don't know. And humanity is really weird this way, because oftentimes humanity would think a task is easier because more people can do it, and it's harder when less people can do it. So when you say something like, if it is harder to hit a smaller target versus hitting a larger target, that's true. I still think it's like physically, like what I mean is in a mental game, that's true. Now, if the goal is to always hit a specific surface area, and that surface area is retained within the larger area, the mental game is real, but the physical game is not, right? And I always think that's really fascinating about humans. Language, how to relate to language learning is, kanji is hard, Roman characters is easy, right? There are 25 letters in the alphabet. There are over thousands of kanji, right? And then you make an argument, well, it's definitely easy, so there are hundreds of thousands of Japanese people born each day, and they choose to learn Japanese instead of English. If English is fundamentally easier than Japanese, and possibly arguably super easier, why didn't they? Based on that one aspect. So then we start thinking, all right, well, now expand it. Let's talk about the size of the table, the pool sticks, your opponents, your point scores, and then it's like humans are extraordinary when it comes to these things. I still can't tell you now how amazing it is to watch a musician perform on a on a string, like on an instrument, and I'm absolutely baffled by how they could come up and they could say something like, I don't know, it just happens, you just feel it. I'm like, I have no idea what you mean by just feel it. If you give me an instrument that I can't play, it feels like I need to spend a lifetime in order to even reproduce a feeling that someone else has. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily talent. I would say that, man, boy, does mental game, like the mental component of human aptitude, is so strikingly scary and phenomenal and beautiful at the same time. You talked overall, okay, so overall you prefer pool. You talked to yourself earlier today about which game you play competitively or casual. Oh, interesting. So by coincidence. So which one do you feel you play competitively or casually? It annoys me when people say that X language is objectively the hardest thing to learn, as it obviously depends on what your native language is. Yeah. So that's kind of how I feel about most things, I want to get to know the person, right? So I often like to ask the person why things feel difficult. So then I know where you're coming from. And I think quite a bit of it is, hear me out here. I don't know if you ever thought of it this way. Not sure, right? Say your target. Oh, I need to break out. This is so much fun. I love talking about difficulty, because in my opinion, the more you explore about your way of perceiving difficult and the difficulty of task, helps enable oneself to do things, right? So imagine this. Say your target is this small, and it's a figurative target. It's a like a metaphorical target. And then your target is this big, right? Right? Now, imagine if this was a parameter. So let's just say a life decision. So when you compare these two, all of the stuff out here, if you land anywhere out here, it's a fail. But you land anywhere you land in here is a success. For this, you're gonna say, well, okay. So anywhere you land out here is a fail. Anywhere you land in here is a success. Now the question is, when you compare these two, it's no longer the same. This is what you believe is all success, right? So therefore, when you compare the new situation, let's just say the pocket in snooker. Obviously, this is an exaggeration, but and then standard pool, right? Is it harder because you think if it was pool, it would be considered a success, right? I deliberately draw this dotted line, but you can see that relative to what you're aiming at, it can be seen as the same. So if you miss out here, it's going to suck. If you miss out here, it's going to suck. And the scoring and the way things are normalized for its difficulty is relative to its like objective, right? So if you miss outside a bigger target, that's also a mental strain. Imagine telling yourself the target is this gigantic and your ball is maybe this small, right? How could you possibly miss this? And that would create a mental strain. This would be very similar. Well, let's say the ball is, oh, I drew the ball too big. Let's say the ball is like this size, right? And then the ball would be the same size. I'm trying to draw them the same, but they're not. Sorry. I'm very terrible at drawing proportion. But say these same ball, right? But you have a smaller target now. And you could tell yourself, oh yeah, well, if I was playing pool, it would go in, right? Say you landed on out here, right? Or even better, you landed out here. So you would say if it's pool, it would count, right? Because this is the goal. And then you're actually out here. But this is a percentage of the space that you would consider as a failure. This, when you're playing the game of pool, is a larger area. Because everything else is larger. So missing this might actually may actually place stressor on the person less than this. And I have often wondered that, like a rhythm game. So here's a great example, a rhythm game. When circles are small, so, I played OS for a while. I don't know, have you ever seen me play OS, Okal? So in OS, you're supposed to tap. You're supposed to move your cursor, and you're supposed to hit a button and tap a circle in accuracy, right? That's kind of like shooting. You're like in a FPS, you're aiming your cursor, and then you're tapping, right? to a rhythm. Now, there are players who find this less difficult than having big circles. And there are maps. So Osu has bigger circles and smaller circles and tapping, right? And the idea is which one is perceived as more difficult. To a casual, the objective is to hit the circle. So that means regardless of where you hit in the circle, as long as the objective is achieved, it's a success. So ultimately, when to a casual, you would be able to say, well, these circles are bigger, so there are bigger odds of getting success, right? So therefore, this must be this must be easier. Bigger circle is easier. Now, it gets very interesting in OS, the game of OS. Now, after a player becomes more experienced, what they typically do is circles get smaller. And what happens is if you reintroduce them back into trying to hit larger circles, it's perceived as harder. And this perceived as easier. Funny. Humans are funny, right? So what seems like an obvious target becomes distractingly excess, because now guess what, when they're used to hitting these circles, if they perceive their range of spuriousness is very constrained, so despite having larger circles, they could actually land outside clustering. Wait, so sorry, how does hitting the bigger target be considered harder? It's because they're used to seeing smaller circles. Because they're always aiming at a specific distance from the visual. When they are hit with bigger circles, there's a larger surface area, and there's more stimuli. So you can try this yourself. It's happened. It's very consistent. So when you're used to seeing, say in the beginning, you're used to seeing this, right? So you hit 1, 2, 3, 4. For crazy reasons, if you're always training to hit exactly the center of these circles, over time is easier if the circles are smaller. Because you're still hitting the same target, but now there's more focus. And this is when it becomes hardcore. It's easier to be precise. It feels easier, the mental game. It's easier to feel more precise with less noise. And it's more difficult when more noise is introduced. That's what happens with, like, I'm gonna say pragmatism, hyperfocus. And it's a super reproducible thing in the OS community. I played OS maybe 4 years. And obviously I didn't play OS to compete. I played OS to observe players. So I'm always a casual, you know, like a teacher casual. A teacher being like a teacher casual or coaching perspective. So it is fascinating over the 4 years how much you can learn from this perspective. And the reason why this is important is you can use this to help people make life decisions. You can use this to help them promote decision making. Because if you can explain why they can do this, even though I would say pragmatically it's harder, right? This has got to be harder. How they feel is that this is easier. And that is the basis of my generalization targeting generalized behavior versus specialized behavior. Because if you can understand this concept here, is what I feel Gen Z is struggling with. Like, for example, in communication. When I ask a Gen Z, right, like, I'm not talking about all Gen Z, but just strangers, like strangers that I meet, and if they happen to identify in this age group, right, they would say something like, so how do you, they would ask me, how do you start a conversation? And my first thought is, may I ask, before I answer this question, I don't want to prime you, but how do you start a conversation? Like, what would you start? They would think this way, not this way. And what I mean by that is, usually you would expect a casual approach, like a new, you know, like, I don't know, we'll talk about the weather, we'll talk about food. That's pretty universal, right? We'll talk about being nervous, you know, nervous to talk to people. That's kind of like the new casual. But what happens is, it's easier to talk about specific things. But those specific things have very low odds, right? And yet it's the easier thing to do. And that's where conversation comes in. And that's where language comes in. It's easier for now in this like Gen Z environment, in this internet, it's easier to think that foreign language is harder because they're thinking about all the specifics before they know the foundations. So nowadays, it's kind of like how we started this discussion. I feel you focused on a very specific aspect of snooker and compared it with pool, and I was curious about it because from me, I don't know anything about snooker and I barely play pool anymore. So when I see your comparison, my thought is, I feel like if you know the objective, they're equally in difficulty, regardless of how you look at it. The rest is in your mind. It's your mental game, right? And this is what I mean by the mental game. I absolutely love this part of the OS community because it gave me such a lens, a way into this. It's not that different, by the way. So OS community is linked with Japanese trends. And Japanese trends lead to Japanese language learning, and then here we are. This is the history. This is like 5 years of my online presence. OS, Japan, language learning, right? And all of these run the same parallel of being specialized in so they self-select. And then there's others. There's tangentials. Like going in, you have like furry. I know I'm saying these terms nonchalantly, but I actually truly believe these are important things to know, right? And then tangential, Chinese, right? These things, or like kanji, specifically like kanji, Hanzi, right? So all these are tangential to how specialized knowledge is used for a casual approach. And oftentimes that can be a recipe for tough emotional balance, right? Right. You can wait, so you can understand that you think, but still can't fully wrap your head around that. Just crazy. I know. I understand too. I can't fully empathize with someone. Like, someone tells me like, hear me out. Like, grocery store run, right? What they see is car, right? Like first, dress, up, right? Car, all at the same time, sun, right? Then parking, right? then list, right? So what happens here is this is a large nuance. It's granularity. There's granules to this. There's lots of steps in this process, right? This is a high level of resolution. And some people might be thinking from an outside perspective, quote unquote, overthinking. This doesn't, I'm not saying the people who do this isn't aware of it. They are very much aware that they could possibly be overthinking. In fact, it is them that would use the term overthinking. But this high level resolution is coming from somewhere else. It's coming from their other habits, right? However, sometimes if you take a casual approach to something that you know is casual, the idea is, what is your goal? Get food. How do you get there? Get there. Right? So now you have a goal, which is the objective. And it doesn't matter how you do it, you get there. This is clustered. And until this becomes a regular thing, until this becomes consistent, right? Then you can find granularity in how you get there. So this is one of the ways to try to calm someone down, make things less overwhelming. So I kind of use this strategy from time to time where you're like, okay, but if you're gonna dress up, that includes brushing your teeth, right? Not, oh, I gotta brush my teeth and get dressed, right? Those are two separate things. So then you have two things instead of one thing. And if you can gauge where this person's coming from, like you ask them, okay, what do you think playing snooker involves? And then you get a level of where they are. And then if it's emotionally really stressful or difficult, and if it's a bad thing that is more difficult, you step down, make it less overwhelming. And then you can it legitimately affects this the perception of difficulty. And language learning apps do this all the time. In fact, language learning has gotten to the point where the point of entry for most people, or like a big people who are overthinkers, right? They are treating a casual approach super specialized. For example, a great example for this is OS players. OS players, whenever they're doing recreation, they spend 80% of their time in a specialized mindset. So naturally, whenever they go and decide, I like Japanese, I'm gonna go and learn language, they're gonna approach it this way, right? And what happens is, in order to counteract the specialized mindset, language learning, the most approachable way that language learning have done it is to simplify it down to input only. This is the compensation for this. This is one of the most trendy hot takes that I probably had going from playing OS to language learning. You counteract specialized things, get people to be more consistent again, casually, by making it as casual as possible. So most app designs do this. They first get your foot through the door. The one thing is, though, not all apps are treated equal when they're doing maturation, so they don't all go back to that specialized thing. So while the commitment's great up front, the simplification hurts with nuance. Right now there's no nuance. This nuance is lost because it's trying to get you through the door, right? For you've always considered speaking about something specific with a stranger and them being willing to talk about it back to you. That's fair. As a marker that our relationship is more secure, that's fair. Like that's taking the gamble, right? High selective wall. High selective wall to meet the success rate, right? So you're talking about more about overall success rate versus, so you're talking about overall success rate, which is indicative of someone who is granular in the way you're very particular, right? Very particular. And then as opposed to what is it? Quantity of attempts, right? Quantity of attempts. Kind of like the put in the work on chance situation. So I choose to do this, like a great example that I resonate with this. I choose to do this with streaming, right? But possibly not for the reasons that, not the very reasons that most people would do it. I chose high selectivity because of professional integrity. So the conversation we are having now, why I reflect that, why I try to meet your energy, is part of my high selectivity. So when it comes to conversation, I meet the energy of the next person, of the person I'm talking to. And this requires to a lot of people an emotional stress, a stress environment that they are not willing to deal with. So oftentimes you can reduce this amount of stress by setting a standard, right? Setting a standard. And now, why is this relevant? Let's go back to the 75 points. This is a standard, right? And for me, it's easier if you have a standard. So now you can empathize with this. If the standard experience of an OS player, casual, right, like in the beginning, this is their standard target. And then after a while, these become their standard targets. Usually whatever is standard is the easier thing. So this becomes the easier thing, because this is no longer standard, not standard anymore. And there is a time between this. There's a pretty reproducible time between this. For me, I've largely, there's a scoring system, there's a metric system. So whenever you get to 5 stars, and then this is 3 stars, and the transition period is 4 stars. This is like a arbitrary difficult rating that they've used. And then this would be like CS through, I forgot the numbers now. It's like CS is a, there's like circle size. I think it's the higher they go. And then it deals with reading patterns, but it's very, very standardized because the volume is higher after a while, and the volume is lower. So when I think about like snooker and pool, which volume is higher is whichever one is going to be viewed likely as more difficult on the sense of mental game. The mental game is going to be more difficult on the one that has the lower volume. And then when it comes to like the physical game, yeah, there are definitely absolutely facts, right? Like if you lift a 10-pound weight versus lifting a 50-pound weight, there's definitely physical difficulties on those things, right? Now that's assuming that the whole task is lifting weights, right? But then we could say which weight is the weight going, up or down? And that's kind of like, for example, then it gets a little more complicated, but whatever it is, there are absolute truths for sure. A jack of all trade is a master of none. I disagree, but often better than a master of one. That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I like that one. A jack of all trade is not necessarily a master of none, but I can see where the original comes from. I do like the addendum for, but often better than a master of one. When it comes to the matter of, I'm gonna say when it comes to the matter of mental health. A jack of all trades. Jack of all trades is often greater than the master of one when it comes to mental health. That's the full quote, which is often left out when people say that. Oh, I don't even say that, like, I don't even think that's enough, but high level OS players in general always amaze you from the clips you've seen. Yeah, me too. Me too. I was 80th percentile. That's my cutoff. So in OS I was 80th percentile. I could compete with the 80% of players. But obviously the granularity, the difference between like 98th percentile and 99th percentile is like most things. This is where most of the competition is, right? In its granularity. 80th percentile is what I always aim at. I don't think so. Hear me out. The full quote is jack of all trades, but is a master of none, right? Is a master of none. Is a master of none, but often better than a master of one. That I like because it deals with diminished return. The diminished return of mastery. I'm not sure if there's a quote for that, but diminished return of mastery. So I want to add, like, this holds true. Jack of all trades is a master of none, but often better than a master of one because of the diminished return of mastery. Now, I would modify this even more and say jack of some trades. Jack of some trades allow sufficient mastery. Sufficient mastery of few versus master of one is often better than the master of one. Because one, this is either none or all. These are all or none statements. This is a gradient. And a gradient is more like saying balance. Balance allows adaptivity. Is greater than master of inflexibility. So most of the time when people say a jack of all trade is a master of none, it's only true when it's better than a master of one if the jack of all trades have more skills above 50 of necessary skills and less skills of below 50%. So technically they're not a jack of all trades, they're a sufficiency of more than skills than they are deficient in the more than necessary skills. Your disagreement seems to hold up, as the definition of a jack of all trades you've looked up tend to say someone who is competent in many but not necessarily a master of any. So you're right that a jack of all can be a master. Yeah, so this is what I mean. So the original, in my opinion, I don't know the person who made the quote. I didn't even know there was more to the quote. My entire life, when people describe the jack of all trades, they describe it as though everything is evened. But a jack of all trades, a jack is 11. it's not 7. Like in a deck of cards, right, the value system. Oh, actually, maybe, yeah. Let's just say 13, 1 to 13. A jack is not in the middle. It's above average. A jack of all trades has more things above average than it is below average. That's what makes them greater than a master of one. If everything is even, they're no longer a jack. They're no longer a jack. They're like, they're an average Joe. So, when, like, they're like, at least in my opinion, the person who made the comment, the person who made the famous quote or something, I don't necessarily think they were referring to an average Joe. Like someone who's average across the board. Because if you're average across the board, you're never a jack. And if you think about all the use of jack of all trades, like all like piracy, or what I mean is back in the old days, you know, like merchants, the go-to guy, fixers, right? Fixers and like businessmen, when they're jack of all trades, their skills are in demand. They're not average Joes. The skills that they are jacks of are all above average. That's what makes them a jack of all trades. So when people say, oh yeah, you know, I got this guy, he's a bit of a jack of all trades. You know, not particularly good, like super awesome at everything, but he's good enough in a lot of things. Not average and not good enough, or just mediocre. They are good enough in more things than less things that you need for a task. So to me, that's why when someone says like, hear me out, this is not the first time I've had this conversation. I've actually had this conversation like maybe 20 or 30 times in the last year. Whenever I describe how I learn language, like how I go about learning language, is most people say, well, then you'll never become fluent, right? You'll never become fluent. Or you'll never be good, right? Quote unquote good. And oftentimes it's, you're never going to be great. And I have no problems with that. When someone says, oh, well, then you won't ever be the best fluent, non-native Japanese speaker, it's like, that's exactly correct. As long as you remember that. As long as you're telling me the truth. The truth is, I'll never be great. It's different from saying I'll never be good enough. And literally, whenever I describe my mindset about the 80-20 rule, this is jack of all trades. The 80-20 rule that a lot of people say is like supposed to be like a mastery, or like a perspective for good, like specialize. That's not this. 80-20 is to remove the diminished return. It's trying to minimize the diminished return of mastery. When you're in it too deep, you're going to get diminished return. So I stop at 80%. And funny enough, that's actually kind of how I feel about what you mentioned, the PhD thing. PhD is to gather an 80-20 of many disciplines. In my opinion. This is my personal opinion. Other people would say, oh no, you just go 99% into like one discipline. I often, when someone asks me what my PhD is in, I say molecular biology. And the reason why it's not even molecular biology, it's a PhD in biology. The idea is that I have to reveal my bias. I said molecular biology because that's the resolution of my jack of all trades. I am above average in molecular biology. I do specialize in certain things, which is like virology. So a jack of all trades is actually a jack of many trades with the choice of specializing in a few. Hence, they will be above average overall compared to a master of one, right? Because a master of one will spend a lot of time in diminished return. And if you have only one, or like less than a jack, right? Like a jack could have 30 skills in the 80th percentile at the cost of maybe 1 or 2 skills at the point of mastery. So regardless, what happens is diminished return is the thing. Now, I'm not saying this, if it's highly in demand and it's like, it can be everything. Like, this is no less impressive. In fact, most people find that this is the most impressive because it's very easy to see if you only have 1 or 2 skills. It's difficult to see like how the skills, all the skills interact with each other, right? And the thing about jacks, in my opinion, that are different from specialists, we'll just say aces, right? Jacks and aces, is that jack have to negotiate how the 30 skills interact with each other. That's where they get their value. Aces have clarity. It's 1 to 3. So if you're talking to a stranger, hear me out. We're going to take it all the way back to snooker. All right. We're going to take it all the way back to snooker and pool. Which one's easy to see? The ace or the jack? The one that has a bigger target or the one that has a smaller target? And I can tell you now, online, it is way easier to see the ace than it is to see the jack. So, is snooker harder than pool? It would be fun to ask the person and see how they approach difficulty. Because to most people online, like kids, it's easier to become an ace than it is to become a jack. And I can tell you in reverse that it is, to me, much harder to become an ace than it becomes a jack. So I'm much more of a jack of all trades in most of my discussions, and I've been called a jack of all trades. And most people would say, well, that sounds hard. I'd rather be an ace. Let's work on being an ace than a jack. Because there's too many things. You're just involved in too many things and you can't make them work. It's easier to just focus on 1 or 2 things, right? Easier with a smaller target because it's more focused. Because the people who are thinking about the mental game is that it's focus. Focus makes it easier. This is undesirable, is stigmatized. In fact, it's also not even being encouraged because most people think that they have ADHD. Right? What does ADHD look like? Well, sometimes it kind of looks like a jack working on 30 things, but somehow they all work together, as opposed to working on 30 separate things. I can't say that what makes me a great language learner is because I specialize in one language. That's not what makes me a proficient language learner. A proficient language learner is because I'm interested in multiple languages. Not because I'm dedicated to one language. Right? So, jack approach versus the ace approach. It's really wild. I think it gave me a lot of nice little metaphors. The whole jack and ace thing came up a bunch of times before, so I had that in my pocket already. If you're curious, I've already rehearsed that to some extent. You wonder if the quote came out about with the value of jacks and cards taking mine. I wonder that. Like I've often wondered if I could ask a historian or something whether jack had a double on have a triple meaning or something, right? A triple meaning involved, like what you call it, an etymologist? Is that what they're called? Yeah, etymologist. Like a etymologist nerd trying to track down these things, because I have often wondered. The reason why I view it this way is because, without saying too much, I think I am a jack. Right? Because I am a jack. And when I look at a jack, I don't see a 7. I see an 11. Right? And then when I see an ace, I see a 14. But listen, a jack is closer to a 14 than it is a jack is closer. Even then, a jack is closer to a 14 than it is to a 7. And even then, we're comparing it to 1, the value of 1. Or maybe even the value of 2, because ace could be 1 as well. Like, this distance is gigantic. This distance is huge. But this distance is less than this distance. It's a bit like how having just a degree rather than a master's or PhD can be beneficial when finding a job, as having a master's or PhD can apparently hinder one getting a job. That's it. I love that. I use this all the time. Since acquiring this, I've often loved I wanted to get certain jobs, right? But you can be overqualified. It's not some people will say, well, it's not a bad thing to have, right? It's not a bad thing to have to be overqualified. Yeah, but if your objective as a casual, right, is to get a job that some people present that you're overqualified, then you don't get the job. In fact, there's a power dynamic. You remember, I don't know if I've ever did the spiel about if you're in the top 99th percentile, right, you're also the loneliest. Because in order to get to the 99th percentile, you're a specialist. And specialists are only for special demands. So your target is very small. That's what makes you a specialist. No, just like in general. Let's just say in general. Let's not talk about intelligence. So your demand is specialized. So in reality, your demand is limited. You are limited as well, for sure. Right? You can be disproportionately paid for things, but it goes to show that your relevance is also very limited. Now, it could be like the Holy Grail, like the meaning of life, or I don't know, the universal theory of physics or law of motion or something. Fair enough. But outside of that sphere, despite being a very important factor, you're also very small. And what I mean by that is not only you are small in number, you are small in relevance, right? It could be like, despite having the life and whatnot, we're talking about, it's beautiful that someone can come up with a universal theory and become incredibly influential, but you are also alone in that nature, and everyone else is of a different mind, right? So when it comes to jacks and aces hit like gangbusters when it's appropriate. Jack is more likely to balance the appropriateness with a 7, with 11, than a 14. Sometimes people don't need 14s. In fact, a lot of times people don't need 14s nearly as much as Jack. Sometimes it gets even lower towards 7. So while all the effort is made to perfect one thing, there are demands elsewhere, right? A larger wide of demand. But that's besides the point. I think the PhD thing, the whole like masters or getting a degree can be beneficial, is often dealing with like appropriateness is probably what I would say about that. Appropriateness is what makes difficulty hard to gauge. Let's see, you're gonna put this in chat so you hopefully can commit to it instead of just keep saying it in your head, but you will have to go soon. Oh yeah, no worries. Do you think you're a jack but also a master in anything? My mastery, I think this is the really big cop-out, but I believe my mastery involves being a jack. So like, how do you manage this? That's where, in my opinion, if I had to be humble, like as humble as I can say it, my mastery deals with getting people to recognize that all their other skills, the value of all their other skills, can be connected. So the reason why I think this is important is because there are many aces and wannabe aces now. And the whole nature of being a jack is to realize that there's too many aces. Let's go fill up the rest of the deck. So the whole philosophy is, if there are too many people telling you to do certain things and want certain things and have systems that are dealing with, my mastery is to try to balance that out. So if you're really, really good, like I meet a really talented person, they're so good at what they do. The last thing I can do for them, if I can have to offer anything, is to raise the rest of their skills. Encourage them to take maybe even 1% of their time away from their mastery skills and throw it into the jack. I've had this conversation with someone and they vehemently disagreed with me. They cited all the students, they cherry-picked all their classmates that said, you see, because they chose jack of all trades, they all sucked. They weren't all, none of them were good enough. And I totally get it. I hope that person is really healthy and managed their things. But what they said was they wanted to focus on 2 or 3 skills. But those 2 or 3 skills do not have application anywhere else. It was like something like music production with a specific focus on a specific language. And I'm like, and then what are your applications for that? I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm very good at this, there will be a demand for it. I'll create the demand for it. It's like, okay, well, I hope that works out for you. Like most masters, the demand is small. And you hope that that demand that you create is large enough, either by coincidence or somehow you started on top of the world being influential. Otherwise, the only way you develop more influence from your mastery is to become a jack in the others. What is a jack? Is a person who can play a pro esports person who develop business skills. Jacks support the king or even the ace. You have an ace pilot, but it is supported by a squad of pilots. It's the jacks support the ace. So if you have a really awesome skill, eventually you're going to have to develop skills sufficient to support the skill you currently have. At least that's how I interpret jack of all trades. is often better than a master of one is because most people who are successful is the master of one and technically the master of a few and jack of many, and then the rest is optional. You're weaving out the rest, you're trying to throw out, but you're increasing your odds, you're stacking your deck. Since when did four of a kind beat a royal flush? The last time I checked, a royal flush doesn't have to have 4 aces in them. Right? I mean, the deck idea kind of goes hand in hand in many ways, but you can stack the deck in any way towards your argument. But this is what I mean by having a single focused mind versus a collective generalized mind. So whatever the person is deficient in, I like to think that I can interpret that. So let's say the world is all about jacks of all trades. Like everyone's a jack. Then I will probably spend most of my time thinking about being an ace. So because the idea is you have the balance. And I think that's one of the things that I would say humbly I'm a little bit better at mastering, which is offering a different perspective. Right? When something's hard, I will probably try to entertain the idea of what if it's not hard? And this is our discussion, right? This is where we started with snooker. Obviously, you are still completely accurate in the way you think about things. I don't think there's anything that I'm willing to do to gaslight someone into thinking that when something they think is difficult is difficult. The idea is to try to offer a different perspective and see how they react to it, how they respond to it. So did I apply to any job after I got my PhD? Technically, yes, and I got ignored. And there was like a loss in translation or something. It's one of those things like I think you submitted something, but nothing happened. So I would just assume that it failed. And it was a pivot to doing something that would be considered less use of my skills. So I don't know what happened. I only did once, but I haven't really applied to anything. I honestly wouldn't mind just applying to be a barista at Starbucks or something. But I need another reason. I need another motivation to apply to a job nowadays. Not so much for my own career benefit, but more for the sake of another person or commitment. Oh, so your mastery is in making people recognize that others are jacks rather than your mastery being managing yourself being a jack? Yeah, I don't manage myself being a jack. It's interesting. My goal, I don't think I ever intended. So here's my thought. Something came first. The chicken or the egg question, right? Chicken or the egg. What came first? My original intent is to create empathy. Because in order to strive for empathy, I need to acquire more skills. I think this is the order that has come. I was a specialist. I specialized in a lot of things. In fact, I was very limited in the way I can communicate and talk and stuff. So I found that that's a natural deficiency. It's a thing that prevented me from being able to help people, right? If you lack empathy, how are you going to help people? So my strive to gain empathy is through observation of people. And because of that, I ended up partaking in them too. So then I acquired these skills. And now it's been that the rest is history. So why did I play Os? Is because some other person played Os. Why did I start learning Japanese? It's because some other person that I know who play Os is interested in Japanese. Why did I learn how to draw? It's because some other person learned how to draw. Now, you could argue that because of all this, I need to manage all of this stuff. Like how to keep all these things relevant. And that could inherently end up becoming my main focus. So how do you connect OS with Japanese, with drawing? How do you connect snooker to what you spent over 3,000 hours talking about in mental health, which leads to the thing that you're talking about in language learning, which leads back to OS and then come back to snooker in this discussion? That's how you manage them. You manage all these things because you've done it before. And how do you do this? Well, you talk to people like they're not trapped in a box. I don't talk to people like they're trapped in a box where there's no way out. Or even there's no way to expand. Right? Is os pronounced with a silent u because it's a foreign word? Os, it's funny. So os, right? I don't know which one's true, but os, the developer, started as a solo dev, and this solo dev took inspiration of a Japanese game, right? But this dev is not Japanese. And the region this person's from, a lot of people who like os, this would pronounce as, like Western us. And then here's another thing. Then Japanese, but in Japanese we have anime, which are foreigners most of the time. Anime fans, which are foreigners. And they tend to pronounce the u in osu. So then it's more commonly called osu. Well, we'll just say 50%. And us takes up like a, I'm gonna say like a 30%. And us, that kind of thing, like us is, or us is to push in Japanese. So I say us or us most of the time because of Japanese us, but it has nothing to do with like the developer and the stuff. Like if it's supposed to be a Japanese word or not. I heard us, and hear me out. When you start up osu, right? Or os, which by the way, Japanese both pronounce osu. Like osu is kind of, when you pronounce the end of an u, it has something to do with like your mannerisms in Japan. So like desu, as like des versus desu, right? There's a mannerism angle to it. So osu sounds a little bit, I'm gonna say, with a lack of a better term, a lot more friendlier and casual. So when you say osu, it's great, like it's friendly, it's kind of cute, right? Like uwu, osu, right? But os is like a very traditional accent for that. But us, when the game started, like when you power up the game, right? It says welcome to us for the longest time. Now it just doesn't say anything, or like they're different insurance, but it says us. So I don't know. The question is way out. What region is the developer from? Let me get a specific. Let me make sure this is correct. He is from Australia. His name is Dean Hubert. And the original soundbite was us. So welcome to us. But his inspiration is from a Japanese game. So there could be, I don't actually know. I didn't like watch an interview, like I didn't scavenge interviews and stuff. I'm sure this question, I'm sure Peppy is his avatar, like his um identifier name, his tag name. So Peppy, Dean Hubert is his real name. He's still the current dev and he's still developing OS. I say OS because of Japanese. I used to say Osu because that's the community default. And then depending on specific regions, you will get people who say as, which is more or less like Europeans. A lot of Europeans would say as instead. Um, funny, right? And the reason why I like os because it's to push, and to push on a circle. Usually we use the word tap, right? To tap or to click, because it's really the act of clicking. Tapping comes from those game cabinets, right? Game cabinets where you like literally tap on the screen where the stuff is, right? But we are tapping a circle. It's kind of like tapping a drum, right? You're tapping it, but instead you're pushing a circle because it's kind of like pushing a button. So I imagine for me, saying os is really natural because os is to push in Japanese. And I have always used that before. Now here's another one. Os is also like let's go. You can hear this sometimes in anime. It's very close. It's not like exactly like us, like when you're saying like yes, or like you're fist pumping, right? Like yes, you can also hear us, like but it's a different way. It to me, I think it's like to push harder. This is not like, I don't actually know if any of this is true. And yes, the basic meme is OSU, Ohio State University. For the longest time, Ohio State University would be your first hit, your search result. That's the meme. Every time you type OS into the Google search, you'll get Ohio State University as opposed to OSU, the game. Yeah. So like when you say us, it's like a pushing voice. Yeah, exactly. Also in sparring, when you're doing martial arts, like any form of martial arts or physical endurance, it's like the breathing out sound. So us. So I used to do taekwondo, right? So taekwondo, TKD, right? TKD, you do that. You could do ha is the other one, but us, like you're pushing. So whenever you watch like an anime that's like they're training, and someone's like, give me another 1 mile or something, and they would yell us, and that's kind of where all the other things come from. So if you think about rhythm games and you're pushing yourself harder and harder and getting into the groove and zoning in, this is a good title. It's a great name. It's a great name. It can mean all those things, but I don't know if I've shared this example before, but have you heard of the post-mortem effect? Right? The post-mortem or posthumous or effect or whatever, where like, or also distance, because of distance. One day, right, one day you and I would have done something. 1,000 years later, someone's gonna think it's gonna be like a masterpiece in human condition thing with like 100,000 implications of meanings and stuff because of distance and time, right? That could happen. That could be what's happening with OS. So what I mean by that is I don't know Peppy, but the hard thing is I'm not entirely sure if he meant all those things. Just like whenever I was in school, we study Shakespeare, right? We study Shakespeare. Like, did all of that really, did, like, when he wrote, you know, the heroic couplets and stuff, did he really mean to do all of it? I think this is what's happening with Os. For me, since I don't know the actual real answer, for myself, I just take in as many meaning as possible. It means all of that to me. Whether it means that to Peppy or other people, does it would be awesome to know for sure. Like Peppy could be like, oh, I just thought this was a cool sound, and then that's it, and it would end there. It wouldn't destroy anything I'm saying now, though. Whatever I'm saying now is what this term means to me. That's probably what I have to say in that. You know how, like, when distance happen, when things happen, humans look back on it and it becomes more meaningful over time. And depending on the person's investment, that meaning grows beyond what it was originally intended, right? Like, what is a great example for us? I think Jack of all trades, or idioms, right? Idioms in general will continue to be different in the future. What's another one? I think my favorite one that I use a lot is the customer is always right in the matters of taste. That's the one I use instead of Jack of all trades, right? I like the additional stuff, the but is I would say but is often better than the master of one, right? I do enjoy the full one. This one's the other one. The customer is always right. I forgot, I lost the word right there. The customer is always right, but the in the matter of taste is lost. And that, in my opinion, in the matter of taste means more than in my opinion, the clause before it. It's a matter of taste. Subjectivity. Right. So what this is saying is, like, headcanons, the customer is always right when they like it or not. If they don't like the product, they are always right because they don't like the product. That doesn't mean they're always right about objective things, because they don't have that knowledge. They don't have knowledge of it. So the customer can't possibly be wrong about knowledge they don't have. And what I mean by that is they're not making commentary. They're not able by default to make commentary about things they don't have any knowledge about. They are simply making adjustments and feedback based on the matters that matter to them, which is often taste, right? So like, for example, when customer says it's easy to optimize games. Just do it. That's implied, just do it. Because it's easy to optimize games. The matter of taste here is an optimized game is good. Yeah, I was gonna say Borderlands 4. I was gonna say Borderlands 4, right? It's easy to optimize games. It's a matter of taste, right? Optimized games are awesome. And your game is not optimized. That's the matter of taste. That's it, right? It ends there. As a developer, you cannot argue against playing an optimized game being sucky. In fact, most of the time, the devs and the people who make it probably agree with the matter of taste. Like, if you played an unoptimized game, it feels awful. It's true. Now, when they say it's easy, it's because the concept of taste is easy. It's easy to understand that an unoptimized game is sucky compared to an optimized game. When it comes to the matter of how it's done, there are rarely enough information for them to actually know if it's going to be easy or hard. For some developers, it's easy. For some developers, it's hard. But since that is not your area, it's not in the matter of taste. Now we're talking about logistics. Logistics is not a matter of taste. Logistics are logistics. Like what happened in the background, like how was the game managed? How many developers are in? In fact, you could argue that if it was a solo developer, at least the solo developer can make unilateral decisions. If it's 10,000 devs, yikes. Good luck with that. If it's a spaghetti code that's between 100 devs, that sounds like a nightmare. If it's, now you could even argue if it's a messy solo dev, then it's a nightmare too. But they can't know that. The customer can't know that unless you disclose it, right? But when you disclose it, then they have an opinion that's a matter of taste based on your disclosure, because they're not working on it. They are not the ones responsible for the product. The person who's putting out the product is responsible for it. Tell that to the Borderlands. Yeah, you and your dad talked about it for 1.5 hours. Yeah, Borderlands, the whole Borderlands 4 thing is a big deal right now, you know, because it's setting a precedence for how AAA titles are perpetuating a stigma, and this did not help the imagery or the stigma. I guess we still have Yote left. Ghost of Yote left to uphold, to try to buck at the AAA title stigma. And you probably know which stigma I'm talking about. Yeah, Pirate Software is another one. A good point. However, the game might be a premium game for premium players, so basically if the game isn't optimized enough for your system, then that's just your fault for being poor. Yeah, see, that there should be a follow-up to this. There should be a follow-up to this. Like, where the customer, right? The customer is always right in the matter, you know, in the matters of taste, right? I keep forgetting to write, right? A matter of taste. You could say the seller is always responsible for making it right. Why do I say that? It's because the seller can choose how to make it right. Even when they're wrong, they are right in their decision. Because if they choose to respond the way they respond, is what they believe is right. So they are always responsible to making it right. As in, what I mean is what they think is right. Responsible to making what they think is right. So that's for better or for worse. So if they respond poorly and get a poor reception, they are still responsible for it. That is their choice. their choice, they are always responsible in carrying out what they think is right. If what they think is right is to blame poor gamers for not having the right hardware, then they reap all the responsibility. They will always be responsible for their choices in how they respond to the matter of taste. If the game is too hard, you can choose to not change the game at all and say, well, it's a hard game. They are always responsible for making it right, or how they go about presenting how they're right, because the onus is on them for the response, at least in my opinion. And that's kind of, to be fair, both ways, right? Not only is the customer given the benefit of doubt, the developer is also given the benefit of doubt. In both sides, they are right in their own subjective manner. How they interact with each other, they are always responsible for that as well. So the customer is always responsible for their taste in the matter, and the developer is always responsible for their response, right, to that judgment. And those are good truths, in my opinion. Those are excellent truths that are non-negotiable. Pretty reasonable, I would say. The one unchangeable rule with you're currently doing a playthrough of 3 with your mates, but you're thinking about getting 2 instead of 4 given the recent reception to the game. Oh, I see. Intriguing. You're currently doing, that's cool. I didn't realize you could I didn't realize you were playing Borderlands. I think I missed the sentence by you because I totally, oh yeah, I missed the sentence. Hold up. So hold up. You clicked on a Reddit thread where the person asked if OS means anything, and the responses were Ohio State University and heroin in Japanese. That's why it's so addictive. So that was helpful. Yeah, pretty much. Also, in sparing people will make noises when they push kick. Like, oh yeah. You saying the creator might say that OS just sounds cool reminded me of a video of someone interviewing the band AC/DC, and the interviewer asked, some people say it stands for Antichrist, Devil's Child. Oh my gosh. And the band just said, no, it's just something I saw my mom's electrical appliance. Yeah. But hear me out. This I've actually engaged in this before, and I often ask people, like, what's the meaning behind their names? Like, what's the meaning behind your name, Procol, right? Actually, have I even asked that? And then, like, some people ask, like, what's the meaning in my name? And oftentimes sometimes this is a hit or miss. I ask them, what do you think it means? And they might get defensive, and my inclination was like, it can mean anything. I would love to know what it is to you. There's no wrong or right answer. And oftentimes someone would like come back at me and say, well, there is a right answer. It's the answer that you chose to do it. It's like, well, but this name is a public name, so it's not like it's my personal name. Like, I was given a name for a reason, and my parents may decide that there was a reason behind it. But this name was made for the public, so it's whatever the name stands for. And I always wondered what other people know before I tell them what it is, because often removing the mystique is not as interesting. And ultimately, I would embrace the idea, like, my name or the names that I choose are the things they become. It becomes both of our things. And that's far more important than being my thing. Like, oh, hey, someone's gonna come by and say, like, oh, your name is this. It's like, it must mean this. And I'm like, well, originally I intended it to mean this. Can it be both? And if they say no, then obviously we're talking to someone who wants to not share, but be like projecting, right? And I think the AC/DC thing is pretty funny. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that definitely serves a purpose. Good. Let's see. Messy, so yes. Yes. Okay. The one unchangeable rule when selling something online that people still haven't learned is never ever respond to complaints about price by putting the blame on the customers. Yeah, that's like a 10% chance. Like, even less probably. Like, you're aiming at like an XCOM level of success. Like 95% chance it's going to miss, and you're just going to miss most of the time. Calling customers poor and making fun of them because of that has never, because it's a matter. Yeah. Be Lord Gabe and lower the price of games in poor regions as well. Let's just say that also doesn't work as well as people think. So here's one that I would say. Here I want to add to the never ever thing, possibly. You do and not draw attention is, in my opinion, a bigger golden rule now. So you don't say, look guys, how I dropped the price. You do it and let them figure it out. Because ultimately, agency is priceless. In fact, I would even go further when someone says, they listened to us. This is the herd mentality. They listened to us. I would say a large majority of people that work in professional would say it's unlikely that it's because of a singular action. Like, for example, someone that's a really high influencer, even though they have the influential power, like some prominent tech YouTuber or something, they would say it's probably not just because of me, but I would like to think, let's just entertain the idea. But nevertheless, others will think that they've heard, but it's nice to see that it has changed. So the idea is that you do the thing, but you don't draw attention to it. That's what, in my opinion, that's what Lord Gabe has been doing. Because when you draw attention to it, which is what other people do, when other people draw attention to Lord Gabe, they're gonna make an argument, but there's GOG. What about GOG? I'll let you figure that out. You know, what about Humble Bundle? Like that's what happens when you draw attention to it. So the person who's acting, the person who's doing the act, typically do not draw attention to it. That's like the new, in my opinion, that's like a developing metagame. So when you ask me, like, for example, if you ask me, what do I think I'm good at? Right? I hope that I can show it, not say it. But when I have to say it, do as the trendy Asians do, I suppose, quote unquote Asians do. You play it down. You play it down and hope that you get to show it while playing it down. Because most of the time, giving the agency to someone else to determine if it's true is something that is lacking online. So, like the human condition, in my opinion, when something is lacking, the balancing point is attractive. So I'm not here to tell you to like me. I hope that I can do something to want you to like me. That's all I care for. Like, I'm not telling you I'm going to be useful. I hope that I'm useful one day. Like, I'm not telling you that the things that I'm doing now will be important in the future because I think it's important in the future. I hope it becomes important in the future because I was trying today. That's in my opinion what is attractive about people now. It's less about, since we only have words, right? Words, recordings. Taking advantage of recordings is the idea that you do something and then let the opinions decide. Because once again, the customer is always right in the matter of taste. If they don't like your content, you can do something about it, not draw attention to it. So in my opinion, now hear me out, there is a whole like sub genre of responding to mean tweets, you know, responding for engagement. So you know how like that's another meta game that's developing that's in contrast. So I'm not saying this is like a, again, it's very hard for me to say always, never, and whatnot, but an exception to this, to counteract my strong statement, is how people take, you know, a video comment and say, oh, this guy said this, that I'm stupid and stuff, and then they make something of it. What they do is they do something, but they also draw attention to it. So that is a choice. I still prefer to do than continue to draw attention to it. Let the work speak for itself, so to speak. But here's the double standard. Here's where I fail and others will be awesome at doing. I don't have a craft. I don't have a craft that doesn't involve words. This is where the double standard is. If you ask me what I'm good at, and I say it's about talking, I'm good at talking, that sucks. And I know it sucks. Because you would have to talk to me for a while before you know what I mean by I'm good at talking. Because this is a double standard. Talking is cheap still online. Because what I just said, you do. Well, what if the thing you do is talking? How do you make the talking unique? How do you make it meaningful? How do you do that? That's what I spend most of my time doing. I think I speak and talk a lot. In fact, you know, a lot of younger audience kept calling me a yapper, right? Yapper, put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag, right? This is what I get most of the time. But that's okay, because the skill they're looking for is not talking. The skill they're looking for is doing, or what they classify as doing. And I'm not a doer. I'm not a doer in that way, right? That kind of sounded weird. I'm more, where the thing I'm doing that I do every single day, effortlessly, in my opinion, I feel it's effortless. It's the thinking that and the planning that's more effortful than what I'm saying now. I've already planned and rehearsed all this. That is not shown here. So that's the thing that whenever they say, what is hard to do? The thing I'm doing. But here's the irony. It's not amazing. Being able to talk is not amazing. And what I mean by that is, it's only amazing and important when you need it. I'm not going to go around and create a demand for it. So like, I'm not going to tell people, hey, do you know what the solution, one of the strategies for coping with anxiety, like social anxiety? Communication. How do you develop more communication? You talk a lot. Like, but what if the things I talk about is cringy and stupid? It's like, well, you got to start somewhere. Like, but I don't know what that's like. Have you played a video game before? You started somewhere on a video game. Now it's like bread and butter. Go turn talking into bread and butter. But this would be a hot take. This, to me, is saying, not doing. Spending 2 or 3 hours talking about a trivial topic that makes someone more interested about the way they view life while all doing it for no audience whatsoever, that's doing with talking. The conversations that I have with one other person for 3 or 4 hours in public is me trying to demonstrate what it's like to be friends with another person, or bumping into a stranger on a train and saying, hey, you know, we're going to be on the train for 4 hours and I'm sitting next to you because of assigned seats and stuff. Let's talk about something interesting for 4 hours. And then the trip will be gone. Like, I can't tell you, this has happened before. I've often offered people a phone call when they have to travel alone. And what I mean by that is this person is driving, and we're not talking about like driving on a headset something. We're talking about like open, you know, like open over like the speaker or something. Like, there are people who, when they're traveling alone, it can be like a miserable experience. And you can have a miserable time talking to someone as well, right? If they're unskilled at talking, or like they're just not comfortable with talking. But a lot of times, even like loved ones, you know, they can put them over the speaker, right? The car speaker or something. They can't be there. So what happens is you talk. And then after you drive for 3 or 4 hours down the highway, you're still alert. And then you realize the drive is over. I think that's the skill of talking that we're talking about. And that's conversationalism. In fact, conversationalism can be so effective that you can put someone to sleep, but they would be happy, not bored. Let me know if anyone finds this relatable. Where someone says, oh, I really like the conversation, but I'm just tired because I can't keep going in the conversation. Versus, I'm really tired because you are bored. You are boring me to the point where I want to fall asleep. That's different, you know. Those are the two different things. Fine lines. Okay, let's see. Also, with that tweet from Borderlands 4 dev, had a hilarious reply from someone showing that they had a 5060 and still having performance issues. I can imagine. Sorry, that thing with the Borderlands 4 CEO got to me, so I had to get out the jumble of comments on it. That's fair. I did see the same thing. I saw coverage of the damage control. That is that. A few of the tech channels that I watch have found alternative solutions. Take a good guess at the origin of your name. It's a pro call. That's all I got. Actually, that's near impossible to get right. It came from you getting an Xbox One as your first console, and the auto-generated name was the Pro. I can't remember what came after Pro, so I called it. I changed it. You changed it to Pro Cool, and then to Pro Call as a sort of play on words. Ah, I see. I just think it's a. All I read was the Pro Call, like a call that is good, like a good call, you know, a good call. That's all I thought about the whole time. Anyways, that's it. I hope that was entertaining. I know you said you can't stay for long, and that would be your last one. Let's consider this like our last one, right? Last topic. I don't know who else would ever listen to this type of thing, but we know it happened. It all started with snooker. I don't even know it's pronounced snooker or snucker or snoker. Hold up. Oh, snooker. Okay. Snoker? No, food. snooker. Yeah, snooker, or at least according to the American pronunciation. I don't know what the British is. I'll let you decide. Oh, it's snooker. Okay. What if I just wanted to trigger you and just call it a snooker? That's how it's pronounced in England as well. Okay, snooker. Okay, like rook, nook, or is it snoop, or like ood in food? Oh yeah. That's still the same. Yeah, no, yeah. It's still nook and cook, snooker. Took, yeah, took, book, cook. Oh man, English. Oh man, don't even get me on English. Oh, oof, that's gonna be like another 4-hour digression about English. Is there any words that use the other pronunciation? Ooh, boo. Oh, you mean with a K? I wonder if there's anything with a K. With a K. That's a great question for someone who's better at English than me. So is there any ooh into a K? There's a street term, bookie, that is pronounced like a, oh yeah, that's true, but that's not a proper word. Yeah. Oh, I guess if it ends in a Y. Spooky. But that's ending in a Y though. As opposed, it's ending in a Y. Spooky. I think the Y changes the thing, right? Because Y is like an unofficial vowel. So spooky and like maybe even spoofy. This opens the world to ooze, the Y. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I don't think there's a word. I can't think of a word where it ends without being ook. Right off the top of my head, anyways. Maybe a longer word, like no, I think we're pretty good. Between an American and an Englishman? Come on, right? I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm barely a representative of a multi-generational American speaker, but let alone try to be an authority on pronunciation. Sorry, I thought, wouldn't it be funny to just go up to someone and say spoon? Like, hey, can I get the folk and the spun from you know, because fork is like cook as well, so fork, right? But you could say o instead, fork. Folk, fork instead of fork, and then you can say, instead of saying you can say so spun instead of spoon. Language learning has warped my sense of humor by quite a lot. How would this be pronounced if it was read? Spawn. Yeah, spawn. Yeah, it would be like spun, and then foruku. Foruku and toku for took. Toku, furuku, and spoon. Or spoon. There spoon is actually a thing. And foku. Foku is one. And then I don't think took has I guess you just go with toku. No, those are actual words like foku and spoon. Spoon is a thing. It's a thing. But the letters themselves, if I were to read it out, would be different. It would be spo on. Interesting. This is where I would throw in the worst travesty that I've ever done or ever heard from someone, and it just settled me. I don't even know where I got it. Is pronouncing fajita fajita, or Teiko can take the cake. Teiko and fajita is probably. I mean, that's a whole nother level next to like quesadillas and chapatles. I can't, yeah, I don't have particularly any bigger ones than that in recent times. Oh, I know one. This one right here. Or oh, wait. I just kidding. There are two of them. These two. Yes. These two are good. These legitimately still come up. Like charade or charade. Charade versus chasm. Chasm and charade. You know, chasm and charade. That pronunciation for fajita might be yes, I know. That's why it's funny. Yeah, do you want to eat fajitas? Yes, exactly. That is why it's hilarious. It elicits the immaturity, the giggling, especially around like male, you know, like very male audience, male dominant audience. It gets, it's like, what did you say? Yep. It's like saying weenus, you know, like the weenus. Like, ah, man, I just bumped my weenus. We were all kids once. Although when I was a kid, I didn't find any of this funny because I didn't understand. Isn't that funny? Like, I don't know if you find that poetic or not, but when I was a kid, I didn't understand potty humor as well as I do now. I laughed because other people were laughing. It's kind of one of those things, like I laughed because everyone else around me was laughing. But nowadays, since I'm a little bit more connected, I feel like I'm a little bit more empathetic towards like a younger audience or like being around younger people. I think it's fine. Like I can laugh because I understand that I have a mindset that I can understand that, like, why is it funny kind of things. Your friends say something similar sometimes, but it is a bit dark. It's the word that ends in oh yeah, guardly. Yes. There are others like jorking, gooning. Like, so kids knows what they're doing. They're obviously lingoing all the time. So these are language related things, right? So I can say them pretty nonchalantly without like cracking a smile, but at the same time I can empathize with why it would be funny in this times. For me, I have boomer examples like chasm and like charade. I think the worst I've ever heard was like charade. And then chasm happens all the, like chasm is still fairly common, and it's whenever people play fantasy games, it's not because they don't know this is chasm, is because after a while you're like it's English, it's related to English, because when you initiate on ch, there are more ch's than cas, or like ka, and then sh, there are more ch's than sh's, and then that makes sense. And then there are more even charade, like charade versus charade. Some part of the English, American English, is like you're trying to prevent yourself from saying a lot of times instead of a. So sometimes they're like, oh, this is a fancy word, it must be like charade. And I'm like, no, like I still don't know like what the regional differences are, but charade would be my default for charade. And that's because, hear me out, there's a reason why I say charade, and I can tell you exactly the reason. It's because of Alfred Hitchcock's movie. Yeah, bet you didn't know that, huh? Did you see that coming? Huh? I'm just kidding. I'm being a little cheeky right now. Charade, Alfred Hitchcock's movie Charade, is how I know. (1963) Charade, with Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant. Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant. It was high school film class. High school film class. I was 16. Charade. I didn't learn it from my Shakespeare. You would think I would pick it up during the Shakespeare unit when I was 14 or 13 to 14 when we were doing Shakespeare, but no, it was Alfred Hitchcock's Charade, the movie. Something weird is that Gooner is the name for Arsenal football team fan. Oh boy. And they were called that decades before it became something inappropriate. Oh boy. Gooner, like now it's kind of funny because Gooner is somewhat inappropriate, but it's now inappropriate in the way that nerd and weeb are inappropriate then. And actually, this term, I already knew a different term, like different meaning for this word before I just like came across this word recently in the internet thing. I'm not even sure if you can find. I'm not sure if you can even find the other one. Yeah. But anyways, it's become, it's become a new thing, and that's interesting. Language is interesting. Wait till you try and pronounce the name of some British towns and locations. You did not see that. Yeah, I mean, listen. I would be very impressed if you it's kind of like saying wait till you come to the United States and pronounce all the words, all the names that don't have to do with British occupancy. Honestly, I still don't know how to pronounce most of them. Like Canada Gwinnett. Canada Gwinnett, I don't know how to spell it. But you can take a wild guess what Canada Gwinnett is. And I'm not even sure if that's how you say that. Or like something like Chattanooga. Is there an example you could type and you'll try to pronounce it? Yes. maybe some cheap ones like these ones. I hopefully I don't dox myself too hard. Now these are pretty tame. I think wait. I don't know how to spell. What? Is that Allegheny? I don't know. No, the N is oh sorry. That's an N. Sorry. I pronounce it a specific way, but I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I am actually unclear of how you pronounce any of these names. So this one is close by. You would guess it's pronounced like alchemy, but with a G. Okay, there's an extra syllable here. Yeah, that's the only difference. There's it's Allegheny. So this la is pronounced. Yeah, so this la ends up being pronounced. That's kind of like one of the signs. But you know a lot though. I'm pretty sure most people know a lot of Native American things, right? Nearly, I think nearly all of the state names, a large majority of the state names come from Native American etymology, I think. Like Alabama, like all of these, like Alabama comes from I think like Ali, like I don't know how to pronounce these. Right? I think Arizona came from something like, I can't pronounce any of these things, but I've seen these written and I just never pronounce them. Nearly every single state has something to do with that is derived from like all the non-British occupancy stuff, or the Spanish or the French. Most of the ones that have roots in the native language to the Americas. Yeah. And I have no idea how to pronounce these, but there are existing ones. I think let me see if I have, let me see if I can find one that I am familiar with personally. It's sort of the opposite for some places in England, like Happysburg. You don't pronounce the P. Oh, so Habsburg. So it's pronounced more like Haysborough. Oh, that's pronounced Haysborough? Holy. Okay. Wow. I could talk about this for days because it deals with like language. Yeah. I can't even spell any of these. The problem with this this thing that we're doing now is I don't know how to pronounce them. I can't even tell you what's the new, I can't even tell you what's the accurate way to pronounce these. Any borough you pronounce as bruh, not borough, okay. Or berg. Or bura. Bruh, not bura. Bura. Bruh. Yeah. Well, there's two ways in it. There's two ways in American English. You have berg, berg, burrow, bruh, and bruh. But bruh, I guess it's more like adopting from English. Like English, like Brit English. But there's also berg. Berg is where I'm from. So most of it is berg. With a G. Like Pittsburgh. So berg. And then no H. H is gone. So this is Pittsburgh. Or like kind of like Hamburg. A Hamburg is, I think, I'm pretty sure Hamburg. But there's also Burrow. I don't know how it's spelled, like how it's done, but it's kind of like burrow. It kind of looks like rough, but row. I'm telling you, every language has its quirks, you know. Like it's fun to talk. I like doing these things. What is a? I'm trying to think of like if I can make a embarrassing point about myself with English, like English names, England, like UK names. I like something very simple or common day. Here's one, and I'm not sure if it's an English thing. Casterly. Like Casterly Rock. I'm not sure if this is a thing. Hold up. No, Castler. Oh my gosh. No, that's not it. It might be Castley. I always felt like this sounds weird whenever I see it. Castley? No, maybe not. Maybe I'm just making this up now. Like dastardly, yes, without the D. Oh yeah, I knew about that. That's the meme. So the meme is that name, that town name. So the one that's really long. That yeah, I did see the clip of the meme of that. But we're not, you know, like long is a different story, right? Long is a whole different dimension. We're more talking about like enunciation stuff. Yeah, you can't pronounce it either. Yeah, I wouldn't. It's like when you're a kid, you can probably learn to pronounce it just out of silliness. It's kind of like saying supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, which isn't a word, and then you can say like ultramicroscopic volcanoconiosis, right? When you are as a kid, you get fascinated with very long words, and then when you say it enough, it becomes like, well, you can't pronounce it, but you did practice, and then it's fine. Yeah, we're learning pi, yeah, in however many digits, exactly. Like back in the day, I was more interested in diseases, I guess, and then everyone's like, oh, you know what's it's like the longest word isn't supercalifragilisticexpialidocious because it's not a real word. It's actually ultramicroscopic volcanoconiosis, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. And then that stuck. So now it's super. I think they add super ultramicroscopic volcanoconiosis, right? And I'm like, well, it's a long word, but it has a lot. It's like a suffix of suffix of suffix. So you have all your Latin suffixes put together. You know, super, ultra, you know, volcano, coniosis or conosis, like they're all just lumped together. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of like saying, what is the largest English word you'll ever know? Well, it's like I mean, it can keep going if you want. Like you're saying what is the longest English word you can find. I mean, you could just count a number that's really big, and that's the biggest number. Like, what is this? Conceptually, this would still be one number. The longest word is a name for a really long DNA sequence, you think? Oh, a really long DNA sequence, huh? Or for a really long DNA sequence. I don't actually know what that means. Like what the word is. Oh, I see. Yeah, you can do that too. Yep. Yeah, you just use IUPAC. The IUPAC naming system for chemicals. So you need to name like, right, even this compound would have a really long name. Right, and super ultra microscopic volcanoconiosis is like this. It's a standardized IUPAC name, so it's kind of like using any metric system. When you try to name a metric thing, it gets longer and longer. Also, I think I drew an invalid structure there. I'm pretty sure I just put. No. Maybe it's fine. No. The structure was fine. I miss those days. That was part of organic chemistry. I'm not sure if you took organic chemistry. Syntax error. Yeah, no, I was thinking maybe I might have put 5 bonds to a carbon atom, and that might have ended my scientific career. I'm sorry, fraud. Everything's fraud. I'm not entirely sure if I just put 5 bonds on a carbon or not. I'm pretty sure I drew. Yeah, I think it's fine. I was trying to draw an organic acid, like a aromatic organic acid, but that's fine. I didn't say I was a chemist. That was orgo. Usually most people need or be required to have organic chemistry, maybe like dabble in organic chemistry their first or second year if they go into a science field, like a physical science field. So that might have been familiar. So right, this is a aromatic, right? And then an aromatic has a resonance that allows it to stabilize with this, but occasionally you can have like attach it to an organic acid of some sort, right? But then I think this is kind of erroneous. I think I maybe it's more like a if it's in solution, it's more like this. I don't remember anymore. I don't remember. Don't judge me. I lost my chemistry a long time ago. Or I didn't lose my chemistry, but no, it hasn't come in your degree yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, most of the time, organic acids are important for most physical things. In fact, honestly, I'm not entirely sure what's the most common organic acid people would know. It's probably acetic acid. Some people say they know lactic acid, but I really doubt they know what lactic acid is. And even less so formic acid. I think it would probably be acetic acid. Acetic acid. Oh, I missed the double bond. That's what I was missing. So I was yeah, that was a syntax error. Syntax error. I'm I'm missing a bond here. It's like, what is it? Yeah, syntax error. That was a illegitimate bond structure. It would be something like this. But if you substitute this whole thing right here, right, If you substitute this whole thing. Am I going crazy? I thought this was lactic acid. No, it's not lactic acid. It's I mean, acetic acid. It's probably this. I better look this up before I commit professional. Before I fake news people. Yeah, this is acetic acid. Acetic acid is vinegar. It's one of the classic organic acids. Right? Vinegar, acetic acid. I don't actually know what lactic acid looks like, actually. Huh. Anyways, too much chemistry. Oh. Oh. I see. Huh. Intriguing. Oh wait, this isn't the correct. Oh man. I'm having flashbacks. Oh no, but this is free rotating, so it doesn't matter. There's something about this nomenclature. So there's a difference between writing it this way. Like here's a funny thing about chemistry nomenclature, right? You see this and you're like, if to the uninitiated it's like, well, yeah, these two things are different. Right? These two things are different. But the reason behind their difference is very involved. Why like I would prefer to write it this way than I would write it this way is because they're actually the same. But we write it this way is because this is a bit more of a low energy. This is probably a lower energy confirmation. I'm sorry, this is turning into a chemistry thing. This is probably a lower energy state than this one. This is probably a higher energy state. But they are both the same thing. They're actually same but different situation. How should I portray this in a language? It's like procol and procol are two different things. So pro call and a pro call, same but different. That's what that was. When I was writing, I was like, wait a minute, shouldn't it be like this way? And then when you're writing those, they're technically the same things. They're just different energy states. Because and you know about energy states because you like physics, right? Or I don't know if this goes into your physics thing, but whenever we write something, it's a snapshot in time. In physics, particles aren't static. They are constantly moving, right? So if you draw something like, I don't know, when someone draws like H2O, right? Some people draw H2O. It's like, well, H2O can look like this, right? It can, it can look like this. And to the untrained person, they'll be like, oh yeah, well, they're different. It's like, well, yes, but they're the same too. They're the same, but they're different. Because these, how molecules work is they're constantly moving. So they have infinite states. All of their infinite states happen. They just happen to stay in certain states more often than not, right? And it's probability. The lowest state, the lowest energy state is the state that they stay in the longest, like the lowest state. So oftentimes when you see how they're written or like they're represented, typically it's the one that's witnessed the longest because the lowest state takes the longest time to move out of. High energy states are far more tenuous, and that's kind of like it kind of associates with most like fundamental physical theories. Like a high energy particle tends to get excited and decay or change into a different state because they try to seek their lowest energy state. The lowest energy state is the most stable. Going up in energy state is sort of like a filtering method for how long they stay in the state. Yeah, exactly. The higher the energy state, the more and more fleeting it is. Like the duration of the state goes down as the energy goes up. And then the lowest energy state is the state that stays the longest. Is like freezing, right? Freezing is a lower energy state than boiling. So molecular motion and stuff is slower when freezing and then boiling. I'm picking two extremes. Obviously, you could just compare room temp with freezing. And because of low energy states, they are more stable. And that's why freezing food, as opposed to leaving it in temperature, tends to preserve the food in its state longer than room temp. Because biological reactions happen slower in freezing states than they are in higher temperature states because there's more energy in the environment, or energy in the substance than is. These are like really layman's terms. I'm like generalizing in layman's terms so that it can be relevant. It can be interpretive, right? People understand this stuff because it's also intuitive nowadays, where freezing wasn't intuitive back in the day. It's crazy to think, right? It's so crazy to think. There are other ways to stabilize things. Obviously, we have preservatives. Preservatives are a different form of stabilizing things, but this deals with necrotic stuff, like necrotic agents. Necrotic agents that can create lower state products. It's kind of like, it's weird to think of it this way, which I don't usually think of it this way, but when you're thinking about something like rotting, something like becoming more rotten and stuff, they're actually achieving a lower state of matter. It's being broken down, so they become lower and lower energy in general. And what's funny about that is how that links with appetite and the perception of appetite and like psychology of things is that higher density energy stuff is more tasty, right? I always thought this was a funny relationship. When you have like fats and stuff, right? They store a lot of energy, but fats are kind of stable as well, but it's their density and their appeal, like how much energy they contain, that somehow deals with how tasty things are. Not that this is relevant to this physical property things. It's just funny that there's an association of stuff like that. You know, you find it's also, you don't know why, but you find it so weird that iron is the most stable. I'm not actually sure how. Yeah, I'm not actually sure the relative stability of elements, but I'll take your word for it. Iron, huh? Yeah, and you found it surprising how much longer food stays fresh when you lower the temperature they're stored at even a little bit. Exactly, right? Does salt count as a necrotic agent? I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, necrotic, if defined strictly, is the ability to, like, it's a condition of dead or dying tissues which result from necrosis, right? So this is where cells and tissues die to a lack of blood flow. Well, if it's due to blood flow, like injury, disease, or infection, you could say it's a necrotic agent if it causes necrosis when exposed to salt, and salt can be necrotic, right? It's especially necrotic when it comes to very specific organisms who have permeable membranes, or maybe like an exoskeleton, something that has an exoskeleton. where they have freely transference from the outside. You know, they're like their body is freely exchanging across their like surface. That's like insects, right? So some insects, and like we could say like slugs, which they have like permeable things. You can even say like putting salt water into a freshwater, like to freshwater organisms, that would be considered a necrotic agent, because the salt is going to interfere with the organism's ability, right? I don't know. It could be very generally. It's kind of like the same argument that all things, quote unquote, all things are necrotic. I mean, all things are carcinogenic. Like, well, if the thing exists in the environment of the sun, and they also have cellular respiration, then pretty much everything can contribute to carcinogenesis. So I don't know how far I'm going, like how far back I'm going with the salt thing, right? Because salt is necrotic if you eat a lot of it. You could argue that. You could make an argument that, well, eating a lot of salt leads to high blood pressure, so it's necrotic because it's necrotic. It eventually leads to something, but I'm not sure how they define necrosis. You think of necrosis when you said necrotic. It sounds like a contradiction that preservatives that keep things fresh for longer and rotting meat are both making the food the same thing. True. Oh wait, hear me out, Prokal. What about dry aging? I'm not sure if you're into dry aging, but the thing that you're talking about, like the salt, preservatives, meat, and rotting, dry aging. That I don't like. That will throw people for a loop, because dry aging is a delicacy, and the process of dry aging is doing something that will make you know about dry aging. It is weird that meat gets better the longer it's left out. Yeah, so in a world like the whole salt thing, right? I think the salt thing was, I don't want to sound too general, but I think it's really definitely had more of an Eastern bent to it. But then there's something dry aging, and I don't think dry aging was very popular in an Eastern perspective. I think dry aging is more of a Western. Like historically, I think dry aging came up in a different way. No, hear me out. Though there's still like jerkifying, you know, like jerkifying. I know I'm making up words now, but there's jerkifying where fishermen, right? Fishermen would dry the fish, right? And the reason behind the salt is to remove moisture, in my opinion. It's moisture that leads to bacterial growth, or can sustain bacterial growth and breakdown. So in a way, yeah, salt can be necrotic, but moisture, it's kind of like saying, well, something is going to age your thing even worse than salt. What is it? It's moisture. But here's the thing though. You could say then, how does dry aging work? Well, you surround the salt. You create like a barrier around the meat. So the outside ages in a bad way, but the inside is protected. And I think that's kind of where like the line gets blurred. Like there's an idea of you know, you have meat, right? But if you can form a barrier around it, you know, kind of like the skin, then it takes a long time for necrotic agents to get in, right? So there's still barrier. And a lot of times when we think about, in my opinion, when I think about like dry aging process and stuff, it's more about strengthening the barrier. Like dealing with process that creates the barrier than what is permeating the thing versus this is probably not true at all. This is how I think about it. It takes longer for this. So like when you're thinking about things going rotten, I think, but that's kind of weird because because oftentimes when you think of rotting, you're thinking about reactions that happen throughout the thing, right? It doesn't have anything to do with agents coming in. So I have no idea. I legitimately have no. And then there's this other thing where dry aging deals with promoting specific fungal development in order to part a taste to it. And fungus, you know, fungi, is very misunderstood when it comes to people. Whenever people say fungi, they think rotten, but well, fungi is detritus, right? Or I forgot what the word is, but that's their process. That's how they feed, right? But there is beneficial fungi, or what I call it, conceptually consumable fungi, and then there is like parasitic or like necrotic fungi, I suppose. Like this is something that's detrimental, right? So dry aging deals with also the idea of deliberately promoting fungal growth on the surface of the meat in order to impart a flavor of it. And I mean, I don't know, not everyone's a fan of mushrooms, but I like mushrooms. And mushrooms are not plants, folks. I feel like, am I crossing the line by saying that? I feel like to this day, I think it's still something that escapes average knowledge, right? Fungus aren't plants. You know, they're protists, right? I would tell you, I would tell you what the difference are, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say it. I think the what is a good way to separate them? I think the closest thing I could probably say is probably how they acquire nutrients is the thing that most people would understand or can observe. Fungus is often associated with the rotting of things, right? But that's not what plants do. Plants don't do that. Or they rarely do that. They may or may not. There may be like some, I don't know, some really rare exceptions or something. But generally speaking, the classification is fungus. They're heterotrophs. Right? They're heterotrophs. Not in the sense of like actively consuming like mammals and whatnot, but they are not plants. They are, right, they're not photosynthetic. So despite fungus appearing on trees, you know, you have like your tree roots and then there's like these things coming out of it. It's like, oh yeah, that these are plants. They're fungi. That's what they are. They're fungi. And I didn't mean to say protists. They're just fungi. That they're just fungi. I don't know what else. They're not photosynthetic. My science is gone. I'm gonna have to relearn all my science all over again. I think the most popular fungi is yeast, right? Yeast. Right? Everyone's especially pro call, you know. If you're heading to the pub and you're getting that swig of ye olde beer, you might have encountered yeast. I'm not sure if you're into bread. I don't eat bread too often, but yeast. All right. I'm done. I'm grasping for straws now.
足りない
No. Wait, why is that not good? Oh, not enough? What did I misspell insufficient? Oh, I missed the I.
Gaksha.
The heck is gaksha? What the heck? Like schoolwork? Homework? Gaksha. Other study? Someone study? Scholar? Oh. Good. Okay. Good talk. I probably said like 50% inaccurate information in the last hour and a half. I was talking way out of my depth. I'm more familiar with those things based on their application than their principles. The concepts of them are not good. Incomplete at best. The examples are relatable, but the details are 100% guaranteed to be unreliable. It's like a layman commenting on layman terms. What? What? Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. This is not Judge. This is Carrie. Oh no, to put on.
乗る
Okay, we're back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go and get everything wrong.
Kokkyo.
Kokkyo ne? What the heck? am I looking at? Maybe it's it's another place. So, oh wait. Oh, this is completely different. It's like something like Oh wait. Oh, wait. Hold. Something about like another place. East. No. Oh, come on. It's gone. It was there. Now it's gone. No, it's gone. Let's just.
道
Okay. Disappointing. There's no way that's it. What's another way to do this? Watashi jishin.
私自身
Wow. Watashi jishin. Personal? Personally? It's probably personally. Okay.
肩
Kotoba? Son. Oh no, it's not Kotoba. Dokoro? Wait. Sho? Okay. Ah? What in the world? Wait. Area. No, that's a different area. Place. That was Tokoro.
ところ
What? What did I type the first time? I must have had a typo. Tokoro. I wasn't paying
記
attention.
述
It's oops. Excuse me? Not that. Oh wait. What? Oh wait.
数年
Dude, I kept typing tsu instead of su. 수년. 수년. Number of years. Years. What in the actual, maybe like recent years? What in the actual? That just says how many years you've come to Japan. Soon and so maybe like several years is pretty good. Okay. What the heck?
電子
Denchi. Wait, Denchi. Battery is Denki. Denchi. Electronic? Okay.
質
Okay.
Sakai
Bye. Ah!
Shukujitsu
Fuji. Tsukujitsu wa holiday, national holiday. That doesn't help.
書斎
Josai. Doesn't help me with other place. Another place. I don't think it's Sho. It's not Sho. Shosai. Shosai wa what? What in the... Oh, how do I like? How do you like write down? Or to put down, put on, like a place to carry, put... I think English has just wrecked me. Oh. It's the same as recorded. Like to put on the record, recorded. Yes, I knew that. Yep, I totally knew that.
Focus.
And focus.
順番
Junban. Uma? What the heck is the onyomi for horse? Ah. Of course it is. I knew that.
発展する
Tensuru. What the kun? Oh, wait. Does this change? I don't think so. Oh, it does. I feel like it's... Oh, no. Hmm. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I screwed this up. What am I doing? That's not even the right thing.
Kunshukok.
Yeah, that's not even the right thing. I thought of king. That's not king. Kunshuku. I think this is just a monarch. Or a king. It's fair enough.
Udo.
Onshitsu.
How did this work? Essence. It's the word I need to get down.
Sonaeru.
Ude.
Ude.
両腕。
両腕。
四角。
四
池。
池。
時差。
時差。
都庁。
都庁。Oh, here we go.
Sumu.
No.
助ける。
助ける。Okay.
品質。
品質。
数学。
数学。Heck.
腰。
腰。あ
株。
株。Okay.
自動販売機。
自動販売機。Okay. What?
電池。
電池。Not 電気。電池。Ah, okay.
感触
Hanshoku. What? Oh,
株式
kabushiki. Kabushiki. Kabushiki wa. Nani? Nani.
森
工学者
Ogakusha. That doesn't sound right. Wait. Ooh, hmm. Pretty sure this is a dress. Um,
住所
Yusho. Okay. What the?
遠視
Enshi. Wait, I don't remember the end part. Enshi na no de. Megane. Megane ge ka. Hatsuyo nan desu. WT heck. I forgot Enshi. That's really disappointing. Oh. What? Wait.
触る
What? Do-
音楽
Ongaku.
救命
Yume. Ah!
狭い
I
型
展開
Tenkai. Tenkai wa nani?
.典型的
Tenkei-teki. Typical, yes. That's exact. Oh my gosh, typical. Okay. Wait. The right thing isn't a boulder. Because we're on boulders. Right. I have a hook, a person, and no wait. Is it? What are you? Some part of me wants to want to type nah. Okay. Okay. I don't know if the right thing is a radical or not, like a standalone radical on its own. Hmm. We'll come back. Yeah, I am. What? No. I thought it was something like. Alright, we'll come back to that. Huh.
話す 差別
Habit. Oops.
境界
Okay. Oops.
数
Kazu. Oh, does that help? Itokazu? No. Ain't Norway. What is this? It's just
Raku.
raku. Raku. Okay.
血管
What? Nendai Jun.
年代順
Nendai Jun. Nendai Jun what? Chronological. Order? I couldn't spell chronological. It's fine. It's an English problem. I'll own it. What in the suit of bamboo? Boy. What is that? Oh, wait. What? The kunyomi? What the kunyomi? Wait, since when did they use kunyomi first? Oh no. Wait. No. Ay, ay, ay. What in the... I can't believe I'm more accustomed to remembering the onyomi of this. So what happens when you answer? Oh, it's like... Pretty sure it's response, right? Ah, response. Oh, ota. It's gone. Oops.
くん
Un. Hunger ending. Un. Friendly. Boy. Boy ending. Boy name. How do you phrase this? Okay, this needs a redefining. However, oh, can I just type kun? Okay. Male ending, but it's just boy. Oh my gosh, it's a combination boy. Okay, boy ender.
絵文字交差点
Also, what the
対する
taisuru? What the taisuru? Oh, okay.
数字
Suji. I like a numerical.
出社
Yeah. Or just go to the office. Fine.
電車
And
武士
what? Goju Anjun. Ne? Oh, Goju Onjun. Goju Onjun.
50音順
Oh, it just stays up. Goju Onjun. Goju Onjun. What the? Oh, is this hold? I U E O order.
前進
助言
Jogen. Jogen device. Oops. What? Pretty sure it's Shizin. Oh no, wait.
住人
Junin. Shizin is something else, but it's sort of related.
起立
It's okay. What the? Oh, Hokkaido.
北海道
Hokkaido. Ja? Wait. Ah, onyomi. Yo. Oh, Kimi.
君
Kimi. You familiar?
くだ
Buddha. Pyope. Okay.
記載
Yeah.
規則
Soku. 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 Oops.
毎朝 原型
Genke. Oops.
審査
Shinsa.
環境
Ankyo. Wait. I feel like this is still Tsueru. Tsueru or something. Really? Okay. Hold up. Account. Is it to count though? Oh, I really thought it was like Sueru. To the end, it's fine. 4 will be fine. What in the world? Wait. Wait. Morning plus... No, I don't, I'm confused. This is kind of like an Ashita moment or Ototoi moment or Toi, man. It's kind of unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
点数
Insu. What in the what in the 今回の点数は100点でした。Number of time points. Okay.
述べる身体上述
上述
祝う
は
楽しい
もし
管理、
管理。
そう、
お
電気、
電気。I had so many random thoughts on that one.
届く、
届く。
名所、
名所。
電力、
電力。
禁止、
禁止。ああ、Oops.
審判、
審判。
官庁、
官庁。
通販、
通販。無視する。
無視する、
進展、
どう、
ど
腕時計、
う。腕時計。
質
質
問、
問。
特質、
特質。
水道、
水道。
作者、
作者。作者。What is that? Oh, author. um, 心身。
心身、
What the 心身。Back in Hansel. Dang it. Oh, wait. What? What? Oh,
販売、
invite.
K 警察庁、
警察庁。
武器、
武器。
提供、
提供。Golfer. Offer. For whatever reason, I typed G.
指さす
Recess.
焼き芋
Yakimo. Baked potato.
対立
Airitsu.
朝ごはん
A birthday? Oh my gosh. I thought of breakfast and I typed birthday.
大きい順
Okijun.
朝
So. Oh, neko shita. Ne? Oops. What? Oh wait. Neko shita.
猫舌
What is that? Like aversion to hot foods? Okay.
警視庁
Kescho. Okay. We skipped 5. That's not too bad. Although this one is kind of bad. Yeah, we still got lessons today. I'm probably gonna take a short stretch break and bathroom break. What in the actual tarnation? Well, we can go over. It's not ta. It's definitely not ta, right? Something like you know another place, right? And I feel like it's more like isoba or something like that. No. Or is it yo as in maybe like yoso? You're so clever. Yeah, it's yoso. Instead of iso. Yoso.
予想
Yoso. Another place. Yosaw? Ugh. Okay. How about we are you're so lucky that I know another place to get tacos and tacos before the show. Okay. 结是什么？结 how do I get J cut off? That J? You're J. Cut off. Huh? No, no, if it's cut off or not. Cut off is also to decide, right? If I'm deciding, it's probably like ketsu. It's ketsu. Yeah. That's okay. Wait. Oh no. I almost had it. Oh, that helped and then it's gone. Ah, man. It's like not there's no way it's like oh man, it was there and it's gone. It's almost there though. I almost got you. No, I think it's still just ninsu. Oh no, ninzu.
人数
Ninzu. That's fine. And I really thought counting had just straight up zooing, but oh no, wait, it's all kazu, right? Is it really just kazueru? No. Oh, I think it's just kasueru. Ah! No. There's zoo and no kasoeru. Wait, what?
数える
Kasoeru. Okay. I need something for this. Kazo. Okay. We need Kazu and Su in this. How did Su work? Is it just Suda? Okay. If you don't count, he made sure to count properly. Puzzle. Somebody will sue him. What was Kazu? What was the mnemonic for Kazu? Kazu? Sue him for miscounting. Kazu inventory? Oh, that's kind of a I don't know about that. Oh, this is Asahi.
朝日
Asahi. Alright, that's fine. Whoops. Asahi. Like morning, day, early day? What do you want from me? Oh no, morning sun? Okay. Alright, we're fine. Those are okay. All right, we're level 25. Let's see if we can crank these out. So burning like the midnight. Oh, we did get to the other 13. So let's crank the other 13. Crank. Oops. Oh. What is happening? Whoa, wait. What is going? Wait. Pretty sure it's Sheen. I don't know. I don't know. What is going on? I have no idea. It's Yort and Towel. Oh.
席順
Why is that a bit off? What? Wait. Why is that? Or like seating order? Okay.
芋
Okay. Heck. I thought it was like... Didn't I take 2? What? What? What is this nonsense? Add. Oh, this is like the quantity thing, right?
加える
What it is.
じゃがいも
Dang it. I thought that was it. No. Hold up.
Karamu.
Karamu. It's close enough. To be involved. Up in or to get to intertwine. Son of a bee sting. Renew. Going with and then kayaking. It's new, so
改める。
参加
What? Oh,
改正
I said. What is that? Okay.
埋める
Umeru. This is not what I think it is. It has born, but it's not. I don't think this is quite born, right? Oh no, not born. It's to bury.
下。
小さい順
No. Besides you. Wait. 2枚下。2枚ね? Not 枚。2枚。
二枚舌
2枚下。Wait. Hold up.
順位
Jungi. Okay, we're still fine. Still fine. Today's all good. All right, let's get into our lessons. We probably have 100 items. No. 80 tops, right? Different. Chigai. That's fine. Chigao. To be different. It's fine. Capital. It's retroactive. Limit. That's fine. Xian. What do we got for Xian? Building's root will limit the things under and around. Gen. The person who hates these limits more than anyone is Genji. Who wants to be... Genji is limitless, that's for sure. Burnable trash. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Kanengomi.
可燃ゴミ
Kanengomi. Okay. Kanengomi. Alright. Well, that's a good start. Good start.
違う
違い
Wait, that's fine. We'll cover it in the future. What? What? Oh, I keep typing K. Ah, I keep typing the wrong thing.
可燃ごみ
Carry? Not ton. Not ton.
担ぐ
Katsuku. You love to carry things, especially cats. Huh. You often carry things. Carry things outdoors, especially your katsu. Carry things outdoors, especially your katsu. Trying to get a tan. Okay.
担ぐ
Katsugu. Alright.
担
Anto.
当
Anto in charge. That needs to. You carry everyone else and you are always right. In charge. You carry everyone else right. Okay. Fine. Wedding. That is not retroactive. What is that? That looks like a trellis, right? A trellis. This rackle looks like someone wearing a giant dress who has a tear in their eye. This is a person at their wedding. Alright. Does this have anything to do with wedding? No, it doesn't. I guess I'll try. I'm gonna add trellis to this. Give. Well, that's just that's just Sha without the without the up. Give. A beggar lies sprawled on the ground, so you give him some money. All right. Yo. Onyomi. When you set the money down next to it, he shouts, "No, I want a yo-yo." Okay. All right. Does this stay yo? Yo seems no. Just kidding. Okay, yo. Burden. A loss you carry. Lose. You lose because now you have to carry this burden. Okay. Responsibility. Burden. Done. Okay. All right.
担当
Anto.
担ぐ
負担
Half price. That makes sense. Half price or half the amount. What? Ankaku. Ne?
半額
Angaku. Alright. Include Yes. Include, I can see include or keep. Include, interesting. Slightly different. This is Han, right? Han. Include. Now your mouth can include more words than ever before. Gan. Interesting. Gandhi. If you buy now, we'll include a handful of books by Gandhi. I don't know how I like about this. Alright. Large amount. Many amount. Makes sense. Tagaku. Annual amount makes sense. Nengaku. Alright. Condition. Oh, like, oh, situation. I think we're gonna add situation for you. Situation, situation, condition, nature, state, essence. Case, they tend to be very, very flexible. Can I get a Ju? Q, Kyo. Oh man, Kyo. I guess I can kind of see it. Oh wait, no, this is strong, right? Strong. No, Hoang. This is Hoang. There's a tsunami coming and your older brother is in no condition to escape. Rip. His condition got worse and you have to travel all the way to his house in Kyoto to get him. Feels bad, man. How do I many amount?
Tagaku.
Tagaku. Large amount?
Hangaku.
Okay.
Nengaku.
All right, how many do we have? I have to book it. Book. 22. Oh, no. 88. Oh, we have over 100 this time around. Yikes. 100 items. I did see a lot of radicals though. Monthly amount. Okay, sure. That's fine. Actually, Getsu? Getsugaku is kind of Tsukigaku? No. Getsugaku.
Getsugaku.
Getsugaku. No, Gekgaku. Fixed amount. Oh, that's fair. So, Teigaku. Alright. Transit. No, transit doesn't. Which one is this supposed to be? I actually don't think I have an equivalent yet. Transit. What do you look like? Bucket. Interesting. Wata? Wata for kun. Interesting. A tsunami carries your yurt and you on a stool under it away. You are now in transit. The transit of yourself and your yurt home is due to the Wata. Okay. Wata transit. Okay, that's fine. Wata transit works. Remaining amount. Oh, we haven't used this in a while. Well, what is that? Zaigaku?
Zangaku.
Zanzabar, right? Zangaku, not zai. Zangaku. Remaining amount. Makes sense. Product. Manufacture goods or product. Manufactured goods. Okay. So,
製品
seihin. Alright. Alright. Okay.
定額 月額
Freebies.
製品
Products work too, but goods is fine.
Zangaku.
Manufacturing makes sense. Manufacture, make. Saku? Seisaku.
作
Okay, that's fine. Wooden.
木
Mokse.
製
Mokse. Okay, makes sense. Echo. That is echo. Xiang. Poop on the roof of a building. The sound will echo all the way to the... Okay, we need to calm down. Yo, again? Echo. Oh, wait. Is this? No. Not the same. The echo doesn't stop there. This building route extends throughout the entire city, Kyoto. Echo and Kyo. Just listening, horrified to your poop. How does this work? If you poop on the roof. Where the heck is the roof? Is that not a lid? I earnestly do not see a roof. If you poop on the roof of a building, the sound will echo. It doesn't even include... Oh no. Oh, roots. Oh, if you poop on the roots, there's the roots of a building. Oh, and then that's sound. Oh, is that supposed to be roof? The thing on the... Bit of a stretch. Oh no, root. Right, no, that's fine. Everything's there. I don't know about this. This one's need help. Nihonsei.
日本製
That's fine. It's made.
中国製
Jugokose. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with this.
制作
Manufacturing.
木製中国製
日本製
All right. Okay, we're just going with all the maidens. All right. America, America se.
アメリカ製
America se. Okay. Homemade. Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. Instead of yeah. Fair enough. Tezukuri, right? Tezukuri. What the heck? So what? Jika? Jikase.
自家製
Jikase. Alright, that's fine. A ballad. Well, that is a ticket. Yo. You have to fly in a helicopter and use a jackhammer to punch your ballot. Oh my word. What was the alternative? It was like something about a cowgirl and a shrine. An altar and cowgirl or cowboy. Anyways, I'll write ticket just in case. Ballot. Yo. When using the jackhammer on the ballot, the helicopter keeps yelling. Yo. Maybe just he and you on the ballot's fine. I'm going away from expressions. Yo is not great. He and you, he and yo, right? He and yo needs jackhammers and helicopters to be on the ballot. Okay. Export. Makes sense. Transport, exit, export. Yushitsu. Yushitsu. Okay. And then we have Yuketsu. Transport blood. Again, makes sense.
アメリカ製
Whoops.
自家製
That's it.
輸血 輸出
Non-burnable garbage. Okay. Yeah. So funengomi.
不燃ゴミ
Funengomi. To measure. Okay. Amount do. Okay. What were our things for that? Quantity. Yo, it's not yo. Maybe kakaru? Oh, give me kakaru.
測る
Oh, hakaru. Ah, hakaru. Oh, man. All right.
測る
Hakaru. Okay. The haka needs to measure the amount, the quantity of fuel he has to do to get to the terminal. Okay. All right. Oh no. Oh, yo, but it could be the quantity of rows of yo of code he to use. Interesting. Sue? Like Sue? Like Susu? You say you have an axe with a drop of blood and you hit someone with that axe and now you're going to sue them. Oh, really? Accuse. I think accuse is good. Maybe even like L strongly. So interesting. You want to sue them back so you can clean the axe with some soap. Your Honor, you say, I don't see any drop of blood. I counter sue. You say that you have an axe with a drop of blood on it. You hit someone with that axe and now go sue you. Soap, huh? Or soap. Okay, it's fine. It's gonna be the other way around, right? You are lucky. The person you are doing in clean the acts with soap. Yeah. After hitting you. Yeah. You say quantity. It's not yo. I would be surprised it's yo.
量
It is. Interesting. Yo. Having a kun doesn't usually stick with onyomi. Interesting. Large quantity. Makes sense. Now we're gonna have large quantity, small quantity in using quantity as opposed to amount? Maybe? What is this? It could be audio because ryo doesn't, its kun is weird. Or its standalone is
大
weird.
量
Tairyo, okay, tairyo. Nothing interesting so far,
不燃ゴミ
which is good, sort of. Unengomi.
Hakaru.
Got it. How do I amount? How do you amount something? What? How do you to count? Oh, to measure. Yes, yes, that would be to measure. I'm like, how do you amount something? Measure. Okay.
量
大量
Okay, and then we have fixed amount. Okay. 定量.
定量
Alright, to burn something. And that's no nen. Oh, what if it's, oh no, ya is here. It can't be yayasu. Ain't no. Let's say, I don't know.
燃やす
Moyasu. Oh, that's the first mo. Moyasu. Okay. It's a shame mo accidentally burned his Nendroid collection. Yasu. Do I need to put in a ya? I feel like I need to. We're gonna put Yasu E Android collection. Okay. Okay. Lawsuit. What is this sue and lawsuit all of a sudden? A public. Do I know this one? It's a gung. Some sort of a gung, I feel. Be careful what you say in public, otherwise you might face a lawsuit. That's fair. Kong. Sure. Any and all also needs to be brought before the shogun. All right, that's fine. Oh, accuse lawsuit. Okay, fair enough. Or sue lawsuit. So show. Okay. Total amount. I mean all amount, which is total. Full amount, sum, yes. I feel like I've heard this one. Yeah, right? Yeah, Zengaku. Zengaku, yes. Framed picture, yes, the other one. What are the chances that's just Gaku?
Gaku.
Gaku? Alright. I'm down. I'm down with that. Okay, amount.
定量
Radio.
燃やす
Yasu. What?
額
Yeah.
全額
Yeah. Alright, fuel, burn material, or burn fee, as opposed to material. Yeah, that's fine. Oh no, there's material. I guess fee is one of them too. Okay. Nenryo. Nenryo. Okay, Nenryo. Interesting. I thought it would be Nenryo. Nenryo. Nenryo transportation. Okay, send. Transport and send. What's send? The heck was send? Son? Ka?
輸送
You saw. I'm gonna need a little bit of a breather here. Soul. You send your soul to heaven. I mean, you don't want it to, yeah. Okay.
輸送
Oh. Prosper. Not that one. I got two prosperous. I got prosperous yesterday. A second prosperous. No, neither line up with this. A Viking with enough trees will prosper. Flourish. I can kind of see that. Eh? Viking knew that in order to prosper, they also need to collect acorns. Alright. Trees prosperous because they provide acorns. Shoulder stiffness. Kori, really? Katakori. Or katakori.
肩こり
Katakori. It flipped. It inverted. Kata became kata. Katakori. Interesting. Katakori. Elderly. Nenki.
年配
Nenpai. Oh yeah, that's Nenpai. Yeah, there's a Rendaku in there. Nenpai. Advance age as the years get distributed. Interesting. Nenpai.
燃料
Yo. Live long and prosper.
輸送
Oh.
肩こり
Takori. Okay.
年配
Bye. Okay. Honest. Element 6. What is this? Honestly, I can't even. The Chinese doesn't help either. Upfront obedient. All your dishonest elements are fixed, making you more honest and interesting. It is mostly used to describe as being honest and upfront about their thoughts and emotions, while mostly being positive. It can be used in slightly negative ways to describe as being incompliant. Huh. Interesting. So. Maybe sochoku.
素直
Sunao. Oh, now you're just being a butt. Okay. So it's a hybrid. We took the su instead of the so. It uses the onyomi and then nao for the fix. All right. To be honest, Su is an honest person about right now. Right now, I guess right now, wait. To be honest, it isn't shoku. Shocking. 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 Oh no, choku. Jiki. Man. It's choku. Nah, this is fine. I don't want to end up. We're fine. A fluke. Magure. Ne? Somebody trying to magure me, your friend, but by chance they managed to escape. But that's a relief to get. This word can be written in kanji, but the kana version is way more. In fact, it'll be quite a fluke if you see it. Magure. Magure. Interesting. Oh, let it fly. Friend is retroactive. Apprehend. Scooter. What looks like water. And a brush. A modified brush. Okay. Apprehend. When you ride your scooter, you always carry an ink brush and some water. The water is to stay hydrated, obviously, and the brush is to write tickets for the criminals you apprehend. Why apprehend? I guess you're some kind of thirsty scooter riding cop who rides up. Ugh. Alright. By the way, the shape of this brush is a little different from the usual brush. Hi, when you do catch up and apprehend someone, you always tie them down with the tie from your neck. Ugh. Apprehend. Dang, apprehend. That's so. Guess we'll see how well that shapes up. I think this one's weak. Actively working. Present duty or service. You're present at the present time you're providing a service, so you're actively working. Okay. Means you have a certain role, such as okay, and you're still active in that role. This word is often used to describe students who are taking or having passed a university entrance exam while they were still in high school. Oh wait, while they're still high school student, okay. This word is often used to describe students who are taking or having passed what they were. Interesting. 現役。
現役
現役。現役。I'm about to flip a table. Alright, fine. Okay. Genji was once actively working at an Eki station next to a Yaku farm. Or is that Nin? I feel like that's Yaku. Yaku. Old. Are you Yaku? Oh. And then the Eki. Okay.
現役
But he's working at the Eki, you know, at the Eki. Oh, I just said Eki, a station. At the Eki next to the Yaku farm, but not at the Yaku farm, you know? Kind of deal? Magure. It's gone. Magure, I have no idea. Too much? It's a fluke! Oh man. Magure, okay. Okay, I got you. Okay.
素直
This one is so rough. It's very rough, kind of like the honest or the shojiki as well. Something like that. Seijiki. Sojiki. Might be seijiki. Concerns.
現役
Oh, all right. To question something, that makes sense. When, problem. Guess this is mon, but this is not mon. Note that this is a bit of a formal, so watch out for context. It's question something.
問う
Oh, it's okay to question something, but you should be careful not to step on someone's toes by doing so. Oh, that's kind of neat. I like that one. When you question something, try not to be a monster. And step on people's toes. Figuratively. Figuratively and literally. Mon? Pretty sure it's okay. 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 Oh, this is gonna be rich. So this is often used in formal context. Okay, to refers to earth, the ground. Okay. To say earth or ground casually used, yes. Chimen, or for land. Tochi? What is it like tochi?
Chi.
Chi. Just chi. Okay, we're fine.
Chi.
Alright. I thought there was gonna be some shenanigans. Climate. That's a first. That's a first. A leader with the stick, a hook, and an arrow is able to change the climate and weather, not just the type of climate. A stick, hook, and an arrow, huh? Okay. Because they are political candidates too. Coal, of course it's coal. Okay. I think I might be okay with this one. Wasn't climate, right? This is weight. Was it weight? Way, right? Way. Oh, but it is linked with climate though. This. Hiko. Or it might have been Tenko. Tian Wei. Was it Wei? Or Tian Ho? Actually, it might be Ho, actually. Oh no. I don't remember which one it is. Wei or Ho. I'll have to double back for it. Alright, climate. Okay. Mix is retroactive. What the? Nawadi? Mewadi? Wait, is that wadi? That's wadi, right?
名詞
Meshi. Okay, so we're just going. Wait. Am I crazy? Stab, right? Oh no. Stab. Wait, I'm going a little crazy here. Saw. Oh yeah, it went with saw. Oh no, this is stab. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of divide. So go Meshi. Pick your name and stab someone with it using your business card. Your business card has your name on it. Ugh. Also, you stabbed it at people who are willing to take
名詞
Meshi. After doing business in Japan, you'll have so many business cards you can count like sheep. Man. Man. In May, the sheep come out with their business cards and try to stab. Wait. Saw down the competition. Okay. All right.
し
G. Oh, that's an unfortunate spelling right there.
問う
Oh.
名詞
Werewolf again? Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, is this the kanji representation of the... I don't know. This word is less common. Oh, it's less common. Okay. But it's used more and more thanks to the card game of the same name. Oh,
人狼
Jindo. What? Oh yeah, I don't have Okami. Jindo. Okay. There's a werewolf in front of you wearing jeans and eating no. Typical werewolf behavior, I'm sure. Roll. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
人
人狼
yeah, we're just gonna take it for face value for that one. Akayama
岡
Shiro.
山城
Joe! Oh no. Okay, when it's part of a place name,
岡山城
when Joe is added to a place name like this, it takes on the onyomi, and we don't have the Joe. Oh my gosh, Joe is the onyomi. Okay. What I'm using for Shiro. Using for Shiro?
岡山城
At Okayama Castle. Shiro Joe about her visit. Oh no, Shirojo. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Xian. All right. Where is Xian? Xin. Sen. Oh yeah, I knew that because of Senshin. This place also serves fresh centaur, of course. Fish and sheep are very fresh here. I think it's more like they often fish and sheep are served, or it's a place that often serves centaurs, right? I think that's kind of weird to serve centaur. Yeah, Shinsen. Or fresh, whoops. Shinsen. Oh, okay. Huh. Sengyo. Alright. Lifeguard. Okay. Oh, hey, they have a name for this. Instead of using wire fence and a rack, they have a name for this. Lifeguard. Interesting. Something HanziHero didn't end up using. A lifeguard. Alright. You have a task to save 2 kinds of lives. Who saves 2 kinds of lives? A lifeguard. Wait, 2 kinds. Where the heck does 2 kinds come from? The bottom is the task. The top is 2 kinds. I genuinely don't see where the two is coming from. Or kinds. Or lives? Oh, lives. Yeah, I see it. 2 lives. I see. Okay. Alright, that's fair enough. To be involved. Oh boy, connection. Ah, okay. Soul. I doubt it's soulwaru. Although soul is kind of Does this sound familiar? In fact, another way to write chart you already learned, the two have exactly the same, but this version is a bit less common. Kakawaru?
Kakawaru.
Alright. Alright, we'll be fine. I think that's fine. I think. I might double back on that.
Okayama城
So can I say like Osaka-jo?
Jinrou
It's interesting that werewolf is a popular thing. Or like a trendy thing. Huh. In overseas.
関わる
Government business. Ooh. Okay. A bit of a ask. Koyo. Okay. For every. Okay. For every. Note that this is very frequently written in hiragana, but you'll encounter the kanji form, so it's okay. Oh, 毎に
ごとに
Goto ni. Oh no. I don't remember goto ni.
ごとに
Goto ni. This uses the kun, which you haven't. Oh my gosh, I can goto. Kai. Mai. Okay. Save me. Okay. Goto ni. Okay. For every kanji you burn, you goto Tokyo on Disneyland as a reward. It's a bit of an expensive hat. Okay. Hold up. Alright. For my wish, for every kanji we burn, we goto I'm okay with this. Tokyo Disneyland. Wouldn't that be nice? Kind of funny. You can actually just do goto ni. It kind of just works that way. Oh, I'm spelling Tokyo. Fine. Alright, well. Accustomed. Oh, that's fine. Or habit. Used to. Alright. So, Guan. If you could get your soul to open the window to shellfish, you'll grow accustomed to them sooner or later, okay? Kan. Guan. Close enough. You'll need to become accustomed to eating shellfish. You want to grow big and strong like Genghis Khan. Okay, fair enough. Both, that's retroactive. To absorb. Suck and attain. Absorb. Oh yeah, this is combined to absorb. Okay. What is that? Kyushu? Kyushu
Kyushu
suru. Okay. Fine.
ごとに
紅葉
Oyo. I don't remember government business. I mean, public is what I think of when I think of government. Fine.
吸収する
I forgot to take a break before I started lessons. That's fine. To be divided. Oh, this was what I was thinking. Okay. So what we got? Warireru. Ne? Warireru. It also means to break. Okay.
割れる
Wareru. Oh, okay, fine.
Wareru.
It's fine.
割れる
It's the transitive form. Discount. Oh, what if it's warihi?
割引
Waribiki. Oh my, waribiki. The readings are the ones you learn with the kanji ki from hiki. Oh, that's not it. Kind of gets stuffed into the ki and now in waribiki. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Waribiki and then dakud. So the discount was because Wario damaged Ki? Mario let the item get damaged by bees, and he also lost the key. Or keys from a key. Fine. It's good enough. I don't. Waribiki. Greenhouse. Interesting. What was this instead? A coffin. Right, this was a coffin. Without the drop. It's a coffin without the drop, which is pretty common. Dropping the drop. Right? Imitation, yes. Yep. Imitation, grave. No desert. Intriguing. Or curtain. But imitation is what gives it away. Mo. Makes sense. Mo. Alright. Greenhouse. Wait. How does this greenhouse work? Flower. Big sun. Okay. Flowers need the sun to get big. Yeah. Fair enough. Greenhouse. Extinction. I don't think this might be a first. Something in the future, thread of every color will be faced. Sometime in the future, thread of color will be faced with extinction. Eventually, there will be nothing else to make thread out of. And thread of every color will... okay. The extinction of thread was brought on by a very strange thing. Deadly Zetsu. No, that's gonna be bear. That's an onyomi. Zetsu. Zetsu is onyomi. Like the threads of fate. Oh man. I'm gonna say something like the extinction. Color and thread. The threads of fate colored. The threads of fate paint, I don't know. Portrayed a colorful end to the extinction of Zeppelins. Zeppelins 2. Is there? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm using Zeppelins over this. Zeppelins 2. Okay. Division. Alright, well we have district and then parts division. Okay. What is that? Kubun? Is a formal term that refers to dividing or segmenting things into sections, categories based on specific criteria. For example, it might be used when dividing an area into different zones. Okay.
区分
Kubun
区分
or kubun.
区分
区分
Yeah, kubun. Kenichi ended up using kubun instead of kubun. Okay. Hmm. Uh,
割れる
割引
Epic.
Kubun.
Jinbi. Alright. Jinbi suru. That's fine.
準備する
Jinbi suru. To persevere. Gan. Gancho. Oh no, that's not gancho. Let's ugh. It's gonna be something really weird. Unless ganchoru. I mean, ganchoru sounds. Oh, ganbaru. Oh, is this ganbaru?
頑張る
Ganbaru. I'm like, persevere. There's only one persevere. Ganbaru. Oh
Ganbaru.
no. Wait. How does this fit in my scheme of stuff? Gets reading from the kanji, sure. Sure. And the verb, baru. Oh, that makes sense now. Okay. But baru part get, haru gets, oh, that's how you get ganbaru. Oh. Neat. Interesting. Okay, plentiful. That makes sense. That looks like fun. Sort of. Kind of looks slightly different. What is missing from? Oh, maybe it's not. Fun has the, what do you call it? Well, I haven't seen that pattern at all. The terrarium? Oh, no, not the terrarium. The, like, cocoons in the mountain thing. I don't remember what the cocoons in the mountain thing is. It kind of looks like a terrarium. Music beans make farts plentiful. Oh, okay. Alright. And lucky for you, you have abundant of it. Alright. Oh. Your music bean farts are too plentiful to leave your hole. Okay. Alright. Is it the same one? Yeah, it is the same one. Yeah, fun. Interesting. So they don't do the little, like, this thing. Or, I'm not sure if it's this way. Right. Oh. Next one, mantis instead of a cicada. Wait, is this the cicada or is this the cricket? Oh no. Yeah, this is the cricket. But mantis is fine. I can see why mantis. Yes, belong. Belong is shu. Okay. We'll go along with it now. To be built. Itsu? No, tatsu? Oh, is this still tatsu? You can remember this by thinking about, because without you, okay. Yeah, tatsu.
立つ
Tatsu.
立つ
To be built. Alright, tatsu.
立つ
Alright. Just keep going. Okay.
頑張る
How do you? I shall persevere.
準備する
And prepare for my next session. It's to be built on top of a bedrock of foundations. Whoops. I've got the B. We're getting there. I feel I got receipt before. And it was still in WaniKani. I have 2 receipts now? I think it's the last character that got changed. So, except territory. Sure. So, shows what? Show.
受領書
Studio show. Oh no. Hold up. I forgot this is Judy. Wait. Ju? How's this Ju? Oh, except for the juice. And then that's Leo. Oh my gosh. That territory. Studio show. Oh my gosh. Okay. See, the delivery confirmation slip doc. This refers to a document which serves as a proof of receiving. Okay, studio. Instead of recito. If you're talking about a receipt you get while shopping, recito. Or, oh, there's the other one. Oh, okay. 領収書. Yeah, 領収書. That's the other receipt. I see.
受領書
Okay. Obese. Oh, well, that lines up with Faye. Oh, give me Faye. No, he. Of course it's he. I'm kidding. I didn't know it's he. Wait, is that Onyumi? Interesting. A moon who stays in bed all day will soon become obese. Okay. Since the obese moon is bed all day, and since the moon stays pretty cold, it needs some extra heat to stay warm. The moon is in bed. Therefore, the sun is out, raising the heat. The sun is out and heating, making it sun heat is out and tough for obese people who want to go out. Something like that. It's good enough. Clothing, fuku? Right, fuku. In modern Japanese, this is often used to describe clothes your food is wearing. Oh, the coding. Oh, interesting. Clothes your food is wearing. Oh, intriguing. What was this? E?
衣
Korom. Oh, no, yeah, right. Kunyomi, right. Kodomo. Oh my goodness. Save me. We have E to E and there. Okay. What are clothes really? Some people say clothes are the chromosomes. Oh my gosh. Of your personal style. Each garment carries information about unique identity. Other people say clothes are simply the key to not being new. What do you think? Both koromo and kinu koromo means clothes, but these uses are old-fashioned. Also note that more modern meanings of coding and breading use only the koromo meaning. Oh, for clothing. What? Coding and breading. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious. All right. The silly eagle. Eagle doesn't know that chromosomes are responsible for the this is not the way it is, but for the feathers that coats its body, providing that Korozo is the key for the feathers coating its body so that it isn't new. Good. Oh boy. Boy howdy. We are reaching. Waterproof. Prevent water. Okay. Bosui. Not sui. Bosui. Sui is Chinese. Bosui. Alright, scroll. Yeah, that's scroll, alright. Can I get a chu? Kan. Oh man. Oh no, wait. That's John, isn't it? John is pretty close to Kan. That's John, not Chu. John. So Kan. A gladiator only sees himself oneself on those big scrolls. When you look at the scroll, you realize you look just like Kan. Okay. Okay. We're gonna use clothing.
受領書
Oops.
防水
Sweet. Gambaru. Gambaru, right? Gambaro. Fire prevention. Alright, we got it.
防火
Oka. Alright, I got you. Search. Oh, we recently got this. Mr. Blender. Soul. Like soul. Soul. What do we got? Oh, dude, soul. Soul. Oh, alright. I got you. Soul. I'm good to go. Soul. We're good. We're good. Actress. Okay. Yeah. Right. Nanyu, but that's like adult actor. Does this have the same stipulation? I bet you can actually. Maybe not.
女優
女優
Does this also have that same stipulation of being an adult actor? That was just defaulting to Heiyu. Revolutionary. Oh, there's the leather revolution. And then now adds a person.
革命家
Kakumeka. That check out? Yes. Kakumeka. Revolutionary. Alright, we're good. We'll try it. A comrade. Oh, a partner. Partner is fine too. Bay. I mean, it could be Bay. No. Ban. It could be Ban or Han. Hi. Wait. Did I screw this up? Oh no, wait. It's Bai. No, this is Bai. No, I thought this was Ban. Oh no. It's actually not. No. I'm thinking of something else. This is the criminal with a car. It's Bei. Or Lifetime. Wait. Am I getting Lifetime and Partner? No, I'm pretty sure this is Lifetime. And the other one, it's right. Haiku. Haiku. Interesting. The criminal that stole your car was your comrade. You thought if you were friends, but you were probably wrong. You feel really weird about this whole situation, so you write your comrade a haiku. Huh. Wonder how that works out. Okay. I'll have to revisit that another time. Okay.
Boka.
Joyu.
So you.
Kakumeika.
A leather jacket. Kawa? Probably Kawa. Ja? Wait. Kawa Jan. Kawa Jano? Wait, Kawa Jan. Wait. This word is somewhat outdated. The trendier now is jacket. Wait, what? Leza. Oh my gosh. Jaquetto.
Kawajan.
Kawajan. Man, Kawajan. Ugh. I guess leza jaquetto makes sense.
Kawajan.
Kawajan. Okay. Hide. Like a leather hide. Wait. Hold up. Do I know what this is? Building. Instead, heels, cleats. Look, no. Sort of. Hide. Behind a building, a cleat wearing Wolverine is holding his heart and trying to hide. You know the phrase, you can run but you can't hide. Oh boy. In. When he looks up at the building he's trying to hide behind and sees it's an in. Oh. Excuse me. My fatigue is wearing on me now. Let's see. In. I'm not quite sure. There's some stuff that kind of look in. Oh boy. Alright. Hiding behind an in. I got nothing for this. I think that's what take it for face value. There. What? Did I skip something? I feel like I skipped something. Well, it's fine. This is just Nagasaki. Nagasaki Ken.
長崎県
That's fine. That's probably, maybe that's the only one.
革ジャン
Mahjong. Oh, wait. It's probably still though. Yobareru.
呼ばれる
Yobareru. To be called? Makes sense. What in the tarnation? Suit and thread. I don't remember this. Oh. No. I don't remember this. This is give. Let's try give. Oh. I skipped Q. Oh, and it's salary. Wow. Salary? What the? Whoa. It's not gay. Gay? Or gay, I mean gay. Huh. I thought this was give. Is that not glove? Glove and silk? So silk gloves? Like gay knee. Gay something. Salary. Oh, your threads have to suit you if you want a good salary. Your salary is paid in cucumbers. Oh, great. There are no alternative meanings to this. Intriguing. Alright. Got 3 more. I guess 2 more groups. Like 2.5. To show. Another to show. Really? I don't actually know. This is the transitive version of to appear. Oh. So wareru? Ne? So rather than something appearing on its own, you're making it appear to show. So this means to show or to reveal. Okay. But usually in a set phrase like oh well. Okay. I've already forgotten what figure standalone is. Oh, oh. Wait. I don't actually remember what this is standalone. It's figure. I'll come back to it.
表す
Arawasu. Oh yeah, you are. Oh yeah, arawasu. Oops, not just wa. Ara. I gotta remember the arawasu. Genji wanted to show Su that you are Wadas now. Oh, okay. Hang. Yeah, that's Gua, right? Somebody got dirt on your fingers and dirt on your toes, so you're going to hang them upside down and slip them in and slap them with your dirty extremity. What the? Ah. Oh well, Gua is out of the contention here. You have this person hanging upside down, but they don't seem to be suffering enough, so you hit them with your ka. No mercy. Wow. Okay. Punishment by hitting. Alright. A bit violent. To take down. Makes sense. This word consists of a kanji with. Yeah, right. Okay, to this end. Drop. Okay. So, how do we get. Was this the off of katsu? Or is it? No.
おろす
Orosu. How did oro work? It's about the cat knocking over things, right? I know the ko thing, but oriru. Oh no, it's to get off. To get off at O station. Ko gets off at O station. Okay.
おろす
Orosu. Okay. That's right. Cole, the winter cow, has to say Cole needs to take down
おろす
maybe Cole the winter cow needs to take down the Christmas decorations for Sue before heading home by way of the old station. Alright. Orosu. Regular. What in the... So standard key. Okay, standard rules. And then this is probably separate. So Kisoku tadashi. Kisoku tadashi.
規則正しい
Tadashi. Oh, it doesn't go back down. Kisoku tadashi. Kisoku tadashi. This is a combination of where kisoku, right? The kisoku, the rule and standard. And then tadashi, correct. That you learned already. If you follow the correct rules, everything will stay regular order. This word means that something follows a regular pattern. Okay. It's commonly used to describe discipline, lifestyle. Yeah.
規則正しい
Tadashi. Interesting. 好きです。好き. Some might say like something about like se. Interesting. It's an E adjective.
規則正しい
Okay, replace. Oh, that checks out. What is that? T. Right, T. So, key. Give me key. G. Ka. Oh, they went with kun, actually. A husband marries a husband while the sun goes down, and the men replace their solitary lives with one of everlasting companionship. Okay. After the ceremony, the husband and his husband get in the car, and okay. They'll never be able to replace this memory with anything. Irreplaceable. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Arawas.
Arawa. Okay.
下ろす 規則正しい
So, let's see. All right, our last. Oh no, we still got one more. Oh man, two more left after this. Three more left. No. Yeah, three more left after. Okay, a tutor. That makes sense. How is this gonna be read? Ka, maybe. So we have kyoshi and kate. Kate
家庭
kyoshi.
教師
Kate kyoshi. Alright, this is a combination of word kate and kyoshi. A teacher who teaches you with your family. Yeah. Kate
家庭
kyoshi.
教師
Alright. Fair enough. Alive. Interesting. Instead of reside or live. The flag is old, but that doesn't mean it's not still alive. Yo. As opposed to Jew. 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 A flag that is actually a Buddhist relic. That's why it's alive. In fact, it owned, but it's really dumb relic. So it's put into little kyo. All right. All right. Oh, to exist, that would make it closest. Interesting. That's used very differently. Irregularity. Okay, not standard, not regular, not typical. So, fukisoku,
不規則
fukisoku. Oh, fukisoku. Interesting. Fukisoku. All right, to store. Did I already have a kun for this? For obtain? When you obtain something, you need to keep it safe, so you decide to store it. You can always go back. Means to store with the emphasis on placing something in their proper location. This nuance extends to convey a sense of accomplishment, such
収める
as Usameru. No, we do not. Oh, I did. Oh yeah, that's right. To offer. No wait. To provide. No wait. What? Oh, to fit. Oh my gosh. To fit. To fit in. Osameru. Oh, samaru. Oh, no. Osa. Okay. So you took a osa from your ma, but now what about it? You took a saw. I took. You took the osa from me to store. To store in the shoe container. It's fine. Fine. Catch. I'm not sure if this is simplified. Nope. I think this is the first. I don't remember having catch. Nope. Nope. Don't remember. Use your fingers to grab this guy's foot and catch him. That's kind of nice. Tora. Yeah, actually. Tora! Oh my goodness, the Tora. What is my alternative? To and ra? As in like ra? Oh my. Or a raw? As you touch his foot, you catch a glimpse of the Tora. Oh my. That doesn't. We're not doing that. I can switch this up right away. I don't need. So what can we ascribe to this? I have Tor. He was able to use his he was able to move his feet to finally catch up catch up and get the attention of his friend on Tora with his fingers. Okay. Okay. All right. Not typical. How do you say not typical? Irregular.
不規則
Okay. That one sucks.
"家庭教師」
家教師。
「収める」
食べる。Okay. Too late. Kon? Kon? Ko? No, kon. Yeah, kon ko? Ima something? Now isn't good enough for renew. It's already too late.
今さら
Imasara. Do I have Sara? I don't remember Sara. Oh, in Sarani? Oh my gosh, Imasara. You might be tempted to read this with onyomi. Okay. Yeah. When I saw Kon, I'm like, it's gotta be Ima, but I couldn't remember what the kunyomi. So in Sarani. So too late. What does Sarani? Now really. Renew. Sarani is, oh, it's furthermore. That's right. Furthermore. Now for that doesn't work either.
今さら
Okay.
今さら
Imasara. Alright, well. I don't actually know what we used for Ima. What did we use for Ima? Ima's been so long. What you're drinking now, I'll have a Zima Ima. What is that? I probably skipped over it because I knew what Ima is. Ima's fine. We don't need anything for
今さ
Ima.
ら
Right. So Sara or you can just use Ima. Okay. Pretty sure Genji is with Sara Ima. He is too late. I am pretty sure Genji is with Sara Ima. Okay. Ima Sara, okay. Okay. To increase? Okay. Okay. Like kuwaeru, right? So this is kawasu. Kawasu.
ます
Masu!
ます
Wait. Just like... What? Wait. Oh, wait. It's fueru. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's the other increase. It's not add. It's increase. Okay. Okay. But it's not the same. Fueru is not fueru. Just like for this is something you use to increase on its own, right? It's intransitive and transitive. You can use this to talk about an increase in number, but it's more literal and less Okay. You can use this word to talk about increase in number of Kani, but it's more literary and less common.
ます
Masu. What increases with time? Your love for your mom. Okay. To increase one's soul spirits. As one's spirits or soul. One must increase their love for their ma, right? According to Sue. Okay. To surpass. Okay, that's fine. I don't think I don't remember having a kunyomi for this. Oh wait, I do actually. This is to excel, right? Or it could be related to two. Is it excel? No. This is U for excellent, so it could be something else. This formal word is often used in written.
優れる
Sugureru. Yep. If you want to surpass everyone, you'll have to be sugu. Ah, I like it. Sugu. Okay, I like that one. This one's good. Use surpasses their predecessor. It's not Deru. It's Deru. No, it's not Deru. Or use to surpass their parents by being suba good good at stuff. Okay. All right. Oops.
ます
今さら
But
優れる
good at it. All right. That's a wrap for today's thing. Oh, HanziHero is gonna be rough. Okay. Long day, long day. Long day, long day. Okay. Alright, let's go over our mnemonics here. We have capital, retroactive. Lifeguard, friend, retroactive, mix, retroactive. Oh wait, that's not lifeguard. What is this? Wedding, lifeguard, both retroactive. Greenhouse and mantis. Oh right, write these out. Capital. Wedding. Friend. Oh, I didn't even say. Did I even say what this was? Friend. Mix. I might have just said retroactive. Lifeguard. Both. Greenhouse. Mantis. Okay. Alright, here we go. Toughest one. Toughest part of the 11-day cycle. Wow, there's so many this level. What incarnation? Okay. That's not the poop thing. Genji. Yo-yo. It's gone. Kyoto. Water. Heckin' poop on the roof. On a poop on the roots to like echo through everything, and the read is gone. E and yo is how I'm gonna write that from now on. Heck. Soap. Again, lawsuit. Shogun. Acorn. I. Taking climate. Oh, it's gone. Let's go to the next one. Centaur. Han, I think. I use a Zeppelin for this one. Zeppelin and 2. Home. Eat. Like this was... Oh, I remember this one. I think this is Gandhi. What? I'm gonna say Khan. Soul. Like it. In. This was a surprise. And I don't remember anymore. Salary. Over here, let's see. R. Wait, what's this? It's Little Kyo. And then... I don't remember. All right. That's not too bad. 4 drops. All right, I gotta make sure. This, I'm not sure. It's Khan. Okay. What is the echo one? Oh my gosh, it's Kyo. The echo reverberates everything in Kyoto. Oh boy. Okay. And then Hecking Ko is the leader of okay. Okay. And then cucumbers. Whoa. I was not close. Cucumbers was not even in my realm. The other ones were okay. I had an inclination, but cucumbers. That is not even close. Not even close. Okay, let's go over our read. Again. Yo? Yo, is it? It's no. Yo. Gan. Kyo. Yeah, that checks out. Wata. Yo. Okay, let's make sure I know. Yo. So. Sho. E. Hai. Ko. Sen. An. Sure. Pretty sure it's kan. Kan. Zeto. Zeto. Oh, sorry, kun. Zeto. Oh no. Oh yeah. This is the first time Zeto. Zeto is an onyomi. Ho. I. Kan. So. Hai. In. Q. Ka. Ka. Oh, I still got one more. Kyo. And like you're catching up. Happened one of the. Oh yeah, that's right. Toa. Tora. I'm using Tor. I'm guessing this is good. Tora. Alright. Oh. Okay. That's it for the roughest day, right? The roughest day of the 11-day cycle. We chatted about like 2 hours. Usually this takes about 4 hours, right? 4 hours is the longest session. 2.5 hours of some nice yapping. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. See this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Always more than welcome to come on by, exchange some stories, brainstorm some ideas, have some deep thoughts, keep each other motivated in more ways than one, right? Having people to talk to, exchange ideas, it's like it works both ways. Keeps one interested in one's own thoughts and also exchanging thoughts, right? I think it's incredibly healthy and important to at least have some people around to speak, listen, exchange. It's a luxury now, I would say. I still feel like the interchange and generosity breeding generosity thing is a luxury in our modern society. The connectivity, the unprecedented connectivity, doesn't equate proportionally to the potential and opportunistic habits to exchange ideas with other humans, right? So more than welcome. And as always, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a bit, maybe take a little bit longer walk around, and I'll be back for my HanziHero session. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第248天. It is day 248. Let's get right into it. Two things from yesterday was this one was very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Right? 诊断. Actually, honestly, I don't know how the terrarium thing works. I've been doing it this way. I have to think about it. No. Terrarium is this way. Just kidding. Wait. We'll just call it that. Yep. That's exactly it. Go on. Diagnose. Right. And then Cha was it's a problem one. Why do I want to think it's a spray? No. Sandals. Elbow pads. Moon-shaped helmet. Foreman. That's for thorough. Okay. And those are the two. All right. All right. Let's be diligent. Gotta persevere. A little weaker on the stamina today, but it is WaniKani level up day. Okay.
焦虑
And we got a lot of characters lately. It's far more than the average. 焦虑. 焦虑. 焦. Right. 焦虑. So you're pondering and it's burnt? Burned ponderance? If you are anxious, it's because you kept on pondering until your brain becomes burnt. That's actually kind of cooked. Cooked would be the word, right? If you're anxious, you're cooked. Your brain is cooked. 他很焦虑. That's kind of funny.
焦虑
Envious? My
肝
brain
脏
is cooked too. It's kind of cooked today. 肝脏. Okay. Gun, liver, and then organ. Liver, organ. Gun, let me imagine it. Okay. 肝脏. 肝脏是人体的重要器官. It's good that they use 器官. Because 器官 is organ, and I don't see it as organ too often. Actually, one of the troubled ones.
肝脏
肝脏. 肝脏 or
刊登
刊登. Whoa. 刊登, really? That's okay. Publication, light, or well, no, mount. Ooh, mount. publication. 刊登 right? Then right. Or basically to publish is to mount it in some place with a publication, right? Or to be placed on record, placed on publication. 他的文章被刊登在报纸上。哦 his article oh no his article was on the concerning the publication was published in the newspaper in the newspaper. This is a modifier, right?
他的文章被刊登在报纸上。
The publication on the newspaper is the act that's happening to his article. The publish on the newspaper was happening to his article.
刊登壮观
壮观 let's pick back the 壮 okay robust 观 robust observation magnificent robust observe okay you observe robustness it's spectacular okay describe something that's robust that you can't help but sit on and observe in awe okay spectacular I haven't used the word spectacular in a while. Magnificent I haven't used as well. Interesting. Most of the time it's like radiant, beautiful, majestic. I wanted to say effulgent. What the heck is effulgent? Effulgent or something like that. Effulgent. Oh, it's because it's like radiant. I'm like it's like efful something. I'm like why do I think that means similar things? Yeah, emanating joy or goodness. Effulgent. Let's see. Magnificent describes something that is so robust that you can't help. Okay. All right, I got you. 壮观。这座建筑非常壮观。
这座建筑非常壮观。
This building. 建筑 Interesting. 建筑 ends up being building shortness instead of 建物 right? Like 建物 instead of saying 建物 for building, it's 建筑. 建筑物 would be 建物 but cut off in a way.
壮观扭转
okay 扭 twist 转 转 to be to turn, so to turn around. Interesting. To twist and then to turn. To turn around something is to twist it thoroughly in order to turn it towards the opposite direction. Okay. To reverse. 扭转。他想扭转竹。这是竹 ，yeah 竹。竹什么？竹 crazy 竹势。
他想扭转局势。
局势。 he thought his thoughts were the turned around situation or case. Oh, okay, situation. He wants to. Oh, xiang. Oh, yeah, that's right. He not thought. He wants to turn the situation around. To turn around the situation. I'm not entirely sure if I get situation from 主事. That's a little concerning.
扭转 焦虑
Hooked. What? Oh, I'm cooked.
肝脏
Oh.
刊登 壮观
Yeah, that one's gonna be tough.
扭转
Okay. Yeah. Jita. Jita is transliteration. 他的吉他或数 No 提数很好
他的吉他技术很好。
技术 Oh my god. What's the difference between T and E? Oh, I'm thinking of 池 actually. I'm thinking of 池. It has something to do with a branch, but I don't know. Let's look up it. It's fairly common that I interchange this. Where's the branch? Oh, it's a finger and temple. It's not even a branch. Gee Louise.
吉他炎热
炎热 inflammation and heat or hot. Scorching. When something is scorching, it is hot to the point where your entire body will experience inflammation, sweating, and discomfort. 炎热今天天气炎热
炎热进攻
进攻 advanced attack assault. Yeah, advanced attack. 这是一场意外的进攻。
这是一场意外的进攻。
进攻吉利
吉利吉利 which is lucky, prophet, auspicious. 吉利这是一个吉利的日子。
吉利发言
发言 to give off inflammation, to be inflamed, to send out inflammation. 我的 What the heck? With the throat. 发炎了 don't have either of them, but one looks like long. One looks like long, and then the other one looks like kind of like wei or huo. Huo. Okay, huo long. Okay, huo long. For throat, huo long. So what? It's the same long. Long stays the same, but huo turns into huo. Huo long. Okay. No, not huo long. Ho long. Ho long. Ho. Yeah, ho is without the mouth. And then add a stick to it, I think. There's a stick missing. And then long, the right is dragon. Dragon mouth.
发言
I'll make sure about yen. Yen is a new one. Okay. Yep. Yep.
吉他 进攻
进攻
发言
发言
炎热
炎热 啊
吉利
哎
壮实
壮实 robust reality robust. Okay, it's really robust, which is sturdy or robust. 壮实 这匹马很壮实 This is that a counter? This match horse? Okay, yeah, that's probably like an animal counter. 马很壮实。
这匹马很壮实。
这匹马。Okay.
壮实。
壮实。
焦点。
焦点。burnt point. Focal point. Okay. If you focus on something so much that it gets burnt. Might as well. Okay. 放大镜很焦点。哦，放 How does that work? Like big mirror direction, big mirror. Wait, how does feng work? Release big mirror? How does feng work? Compass. Foreman. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what is ascribed to feng anymore. Release, yeah. Release big mirror. Magnifying glass. Interesting.
焦点。
焦点。
攻克。
攻克。Attack. And overcome. Attack and overcome. Yeah, so you're attacking and then you're overcoming their resistance, right? The other way around to capture. 攻克强势。攻克强势。
攻克粥。
Joe, hey, we finally got porridge. This is one of the first characters you learn in Duolingo. Actually, Joe is actually one of the first ones. Oh. Okay, James Bond is in front of the bakery, not feeling too well after eating too many croissants. Okay. So he sits on the grass and pulls out a bowl of rice and starts making porridge, hoping that will settle his stomach. To crush up watery rice in the bowl, he gets 2 bows and jams them in the bowl to stir up his porridge. I think this will be fine. We have legacy, so. xiang, 咸州, savory, yeah, salt and savory, yeah, salty and savory. Or, I mean, it's more closer to have it like a umami thing, but that's fine. And then Tianzhou. Tianzhou, sweet potatoes, Tianzhou, cubed, like diced sweet potatoes, and savory, slight salt stuff. You can probably put salt stuff in. I mean, it can pair with like pork floss, which is kind of salty.
粥
Porridge is a pastime.
羊
Yang, ocean. Wait. Interesting. Pretty sure this is Western. Yeah, wasn't this like the sheep on the wave situation? Huh. Young. Intriguing. Ocean. Yoshi is inside. I'm pretty sure. Hold up. Yeah, yo. Yeah, yo. Intriguing. Ocean. Yeah, I'm thinking of like Seiyo, the West, or like Yoshoku, like Western food. This is yo. No ocean in sight though. Yang. Yoshi is inside the chapel praying to an icon of a sheep, representing the sheep god of the ocean. Yoshi is terribly thirsty and wants some water. Suddenly the icon starts spraying water out at an intense rate right at Yoshi's face. It is salty ocean water. It won't stop and soon the chapel is flooded in an ocean of water. I mean, okay, sure. I'm not entirely sure this one's gonna stick, but I am a little tired at the moment. Taipingyang. Interesting. It is interesting. Yeah. Taiheiyo. No, I can't stop speaking in tonal. Taiheiyo or Taiheiyo. No. Taiheiyo. No. Taiheiyo. Interesting. But they still use it for Pacific Ocean though. I can't break from it. It's fine. Alright, it's fine. Let's just go with it.
Yang.
Okay. Okay.
壮实 羊
Okay.
功课周 焦点
Okay. As if roll. 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 Oh boy, roll. Wasn't there another roll? Moist? Moist is roll, isn't it? Roll. Moist. Oh no, it's rune. Rune. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's happening in the infirmary, not the. What else is weak? Raw. Raw. Weak. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. They both have Rudolph on the ground. Rudolph like being tired on the ground. Both of the mnemonics deal with him on the ground. Rudolph is in the bathroom of the office building wearing a suit and tie, sure, taking a break from work. He is hungry and craving some flowers. Yes. But the lunch break is still some time away. He reaches under his shirt and plucks some armpit hair from his armpits and then puts the hair in his mouth when nobody's looking, treating his hair, his armpit hair as if they were flowers. He tries chewing them, but they are too nasty, so he spits them back out. Still hungry. What was he thinking? As if something like that would ever work. What in the world? Oh, you know what? This is as if. Isn't this like... It's not. Dang it. I feel like I definitely had this character already in Japanese. Can't remember in what context. If I'm gotta integrate armpit somehow. I think we're gonna summarize this into right. Oh, you know what? I do know what this is. Anyways, maybe we're gonna substitute armpit in this way, as in right. So Rudolph snuck off to the bathroom of the office building, taking a break, right? But hungry. He notices some flowers to the right of the bathroom stall and consume them as if it was lunch time. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, that dodging. Okay. Cold as ice. Cold as if it was ice, I see. Lang roll shui something. Swan roll shi if okay. 视若无睹，视若无睹。To turn a blind eye to. 视若 see as though nothing probably happened or something like that. If Tang roll. Don't know what tang is.
弱
Oh, raw. Ah, raw. 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 Raw.
你
Not my go-to. Ni mud. Where have I seen you before too? Spoon flag. Oh man, Neo came back twice. Back-to-back days. That's unheard of. Ni is inside the house. I mean, Neo is inside the house bored. He decides to practice his matrix powers. He takes a spoon and tries to turn it into a flag, but something goes horribly wrong. Suddenly, mud sprays all over the room, getting on the carpet. Oh no. This one's in trouble. Yeah, how do you get mud? Alright, I guess we'll just try this. Suddenly mud sprays all over the place. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know where you're gonna get mud. Well, we'll give it a try.
你偏
And to lean. Okay, not to be confused with pian, which is piece, a little piece, like a written piece. Pinocchio is in front of the pawn shop where he leans against the door. He has to do this because the door tends to lean such that it's open. Eventually he uses a booklet to stop the leaning door, but then Slenderman comes bursting out of the pawn shop, causing the booklet to lean over and fall to the ground. Well, Pinocchio is in front of the pawn shop where he leans against the door, right? Handing out booklets. Booklets and brochures for what is to be sold, right? Like a good old real boyo, right? And then Slenderman approaches him, takes one of the booklets, and or leans over because Slenderman's really tall. He leans over, takes one of the booklets, and then to the pawn shop, right? That's fine. That's good enough. Do I need to write this out? No, it's fine. Remote. 边缘. Oh, that type of remote. Far away. Or like isolated kind of thing. 偏见 prejudice to lean see interesting 偏僻 okay bias a lean okay I don't think I know what 破 is yet
偏风
eek Frodo's in front of the English manor once again. More stuff. Where he and the foreman are planning on climbing the mountain that is in front of them. Frodo takes out a special beanstalk. No. Beanstalk and plants it in on the ground. it lifts them up all the way to the peak as it grows at a rate of 10. Okay, that's this isn't James and the giant James and the what is it? James and the Giants beanstalk and the giant beanstalk situation. I'll just say Frodo onto the English manor, right? Getting ready to set off for the mountain peak expedition with a foreman friend, and he pulled out a stripped beanstalk as a walking tool, like our hiking tool. And off he goes, and off they go. Interesting. Xiangfeng mountain peak makes sense. Summit meeting. Feng Hui makes sense. Summit meeting. Gaofeng Peak, I guess. And nothing on that. Ooh, that looks interesting. Summit, huh?
峰会
Hui. Intelligent. Intriguing. There's that combination of Wolverine and Hearts that we're dabbling into on the Japanese side of things. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the beach house on the bay, wearing some beach trunk and sandals and sitting on the toilet. In the bathroom is a beanstalk with a bunch of forks sticking out of it. The Hulk, though his heart is quite kind, is intelligent enough to know that taking out any of the forks will kill the beanstalk, so he just leaves it in there. I have no idea how this is gonna work. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, sure. We'll just accept the face value for now. I do genuinely feel that this is going to fall apart. This one is not great.
会
There are two like I that don't have the stamina to do this right now. This one we wrote with right.
弱
弱 弱
偏风会
He can remove the forks, knowing that he's intelligent enough to know that the beanstalk, it won't harm the beanstalks because they don't have hearts, right? Or not in the same way. And then this one is
你
bad news bears. So right now, Hui and Ni are really, really bad. Man. Oh boy, howdy. All right, 1, 2, 3. 123 stuff. Let's go. Then we get to rest, sleep, and do other, you know. What in the
火锅、
火锅有很多
oops
锅巴、
锅巴真是太棒了。
咖啡厅、
他在机场的咖啡厅。
贵、签名、
请在这里签名。
瘦肉、
这道菜需要瘦肉。
饭、
啊 my groove
意、皂、
that's a weak one 哦
紫色、
他穿了一件紫色的洋装。
阿姨、
我阿姨很善良。
猴子、
这只猴子很调皮。
盾、正式、
这封信不正式。
人民币、
我想用美元换人民币。
姐、路、缸、机枪、
拥有机枪是违法的。
what oh machine gun
歌舞、
他们星期六在这里表演歌舞。
what what is that
冒险、
我想要冒险去。
adventure is good oh wait
保证、
靠不住的保证。
okay
切断、
切断电源。
What incarnation? Ah.
划分、
我们被划分成2个小组。
Partition is fine.
临床、
临床经验对医生很重要。
What? Oh, wrong tone. Sorry. My bad.
减、进、章、合理、
你这个建议十分合理。
Okay.
金融、
他在金融公司上班。
Like combine, merge, melt together, mixture. Okay.
坚固、
他建造了一座坚固的房子。
伤亡、
战争造成了许多伤亡。
Send help.
错误、
犯了一个严重的错误。
I don't know what that is. When you melt together, like combine, merge. Oh no, wait. This is actually, that's probably finance now that I think about it. That's probably finance. Oh no, wait. Oh no.
子女、
I don't
他的子
know.
女都上学了。
融合、
这个地方融合了许多不同的文化。
Like a mixture. I think I have 2 things. Ooh, hold up.
死亡、
我们不能害怕死亡。
What? Oh no, that's spray. That's not it. Yeah, so that's finance. This was like,
压、
oh, it is ya. I did I not ya first? Exclamation? Yeah. I don't know what I typed the first time then.
慢、
Oh no, that's not it. What the man?
"好听、
这首歌真的很好听。
I don't know what this is. Some part of me wants to some part of me wants to like what? What? It's in Shema, right? No, it's not. I'm drawing a blank. That's not great. That's really disappointing. That one is very disappointing. This is kind of like you're melting together, so you're like mixing together. Oh, mixed together. Okay, that's fine.
下田，
他每天一大早就下田工作。
Plumbing like overflow. Oh my god, I can overflow. Oh, is that a heckin' dream catcher? That's a dream catcher, isn't it? Oh, heckin' dream catcher. Save me.
劝，东，
I can't think of anything else. I really.
水井，
他在水井旁洗衣服。
I'm so disappointed.
油井，
油井很危险。
So disappointed.
曲线，
这条路是一个美丽的曲线。
尾，辛辣，
这个辣椒的味道很辛辣。
号，
What is going on? Oh. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna YOLO her first. It's not. Okay.
炸， 心， 旺，
Oh, it's Hoang. That was prosperous. Okay. What in the tarnation? Oh, yeah.
扣，田地，
这片田地的土壤很肥沃。
博士，
我想成为一名教育博士。
Oh man. Oh, I missed the N. It is what I think it is. What? Yeah. Problem. Yeah, it is. Oh, I missed the N. How could I forget the N? In infirmary. I was picturing Shrek and Slenderman duking it out with crosses. In the infirmary, but I missed the N. It's okay. This is good enough. Good enough.
困苦，
战争时，他们的生活相当困苦。
Just entrapped in hardship, bitterness. I think entrapped is fine. And what happened here? I think I missed the. What? Okay, that one it's a problem.
鞋，
That one's a problem. This one sucks.
扎，
Yeah, this one sucks. This is from yesterday. It's one of the two sucky ones. Because there's no context. Like you can't. The parts. It can be anything. Oh man. A connection to the. They took a hook shaped thing to detect. Yeah, so this one just plain up straight up sucks like a prick. Yeah, it's so sucky. This has gotta go. There's nothing that involves being a prick. Other than like maybe yeah, so you gotta try to be negative about this. But it can be anywhere. Okay, James Bond in front of the auditorium. He was tracking a prick, right? That injured a lot of people. That recently injured a lot of people. The MO was using hooks and severing fingers. Right, so he's tracking him to the auditorium, right? Like pursuing and tracking a villainous prick. Okay. Even though it's pricks, it's a prick as in like the action of prick, not the noun of prick, I think. Pretty sure. He'll be fine. We can make that pivot.
允，
This one kind of sucks too. Whoops. Allow, not offer. There's one that's offer that's sucky too. Oh, that's quite a lot of sucky ones right now. Ugh, this one's not great
Viet.
too. Oh no! Oh, is it just flat?
神
What and how? It's kind of both. I don't quite remember how this works. Hey, I can't. It's not there. I thought this was the... And then... the item. Something's wrong here. Something is missing. And I don't know which one it is, the left or the right.
启示
这是一个新活动的启示。
It's kind of like open matter. To return, to notice. It's to open a matter. Or to raise an issue. Yeah, to bring attention to. Uh...
奉
This is the offer that's kind of rough. That's gonna suck. It's just flat as opposed to flat in. That's fine.
E
We practice that. That one's kind of awful. Trying to practice that. Lost. It was short a couple of times.
智
That one's okay. Hmm.
时
What in the dawn is that? Daybreak? Okay, so something's wrong with this. I thought the right is... Oh no, wait, maybe it's not. I thought the right was item, right? So the left... That's general. Waitress, general. Bulldog. One bulldog. I thought that might have been oh, it might be... I don't know which one is missing there. And this one's lost too. Oh, I think it's like oh no. Oh no, wait. Um
怀旧
怀旧. Okay. This sucked, but I think we're okay. For now.
5烤鸭
我喜欢吃烤鸭。
Whoops. That's Lu, not Li. Nope.
壮衣冠
皇帝的衣冠非常华丽。
胆
Still can't recover from this. I thought maybe it might be the right that's... No, it's definitely Xian. Could be Xiu. I don't... Okay, we're giving up. Oh, it is Jian. Oh, and it's Xiang. Oh my gosh, it is. It is. Nah, we're not going over that. We've already gone over both those two. Multiple times. Zhuang, the second time when I think of Jiang, Jiang was what I was thinking. I didn't do Xiang. And Zhuang was something else. And I don't know what it is right now, but it deals with a bulldog, the shape of with a waitress. It has waitress and bulldog in it, but I don't remember what it is. Oh, that's rough. Huh.
偷 元旦
元旦是一个欢乐的节日。
The heck is Yuan Dan? Oh wait. Oh, New Year's Day. Whoops. That's the other way to say it.
贵手枪
手枪是一种武器。
Wait, what was it? Yang. Yang is a ward, right? Giving it to general, yeah. Yang. Xiang was fine. Xiang was more confident. Although I wasn't sure if it's Xian or Xiang, but it was definitely Xiang, right? But Jiang is... you know what? We'll add Jiang. So Jiang was lost a bit. And what was the other one? It was Huai. Huai was I don't... Heck. Heck. A pig in a tree. Heck.
核武器，
中国拥有核武器。
丢失，
我丢失了我的钱包。
行人，
行人走便道。
What? 行人 What the heck?
奖项，
这部电影获得了许多奖项。
Wait, I'm not even entirely sure what this means. Oh, like... Okay. Heck. It's gone. Is it gone? No.
下，
It's kind of there. Uh...
记忆犹新，
我对第一次上台演讲的感觉记忆犹新。
回忆录，
我正在读他的回忆录。
礼貌，
他们对客人很礼貌。
Oh no! I think I know what it is, but... Oh.
黑猫，
可爱的黑猫。
Go people? 行人
鼓，窗帘，
窗帘是蓝色的。
遵守，
我们要遵守合同的条款。
搜救，
他是搜救队的成员。
设，
Oh, it's not the it's beanstalks. Oh, okay. So we just got this in Japanese today. And this got they replaced this up here with something. Oh. Was it oop? No. They replaced this with something else. And I wasn't recognizing that. Well, what is that supposed to be? Is that a... Is that a component? Don't remember if they made the beans. I don't think the mountain and beanstalks was a component. It was drums and something. It's our newest. It's one of our newest. I'll figure it out tomorrow.
丰收，
连年丰收，
Like bountiful harvest. Yeah, we're gonna say bountiful harvest. Or plentiful. Oh yeah, plentiful harvest. I just forgot to write harvest. Oh, this is no. Oh, this is strong. Oh, it's waitress and dress, which I thought kind of looked like a bulldog, and it has a soldier. Yeah, or not. Hold the phone. I might have messed up the right side. Hold up.
窗，
I'm not familiar with bumper harvest, but I had to read about what a bumper harvest was. Pretty sure that's Zhuang. Dang it, I can't. Or no, because that's sure. No? No. The Zhuang Shi.
装饰，
Oh.
他用花朵装饰房间，
Dang. Oh, it's not what I think it is. I'm thinking of shape and form, which deals with Zhuang. So there is a bulldog somewhere. And I'm pretty sure the waitress is in it too. No. Oh no.
子弹，
这是一枚子弹，
Oh no.
虎，
We have so many things.
绕，
It's kind of cool. I kind of like the idea that we have so many things.
练，
Enamored.
爱，
We're working hard. Working hard. It's far more rewarding when you're working
情
hard.
谊，
他对我表现出情谊，
But what the heck is this? Like, 行人走感到 So they walk forward. I think this is a turn of phrase that, yeah, pedestrians, that's fine. That's fine. Pedestrians, travelers, walkers, people on the go, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why pedestrian didn't come to my mind first. Oh, it's probably because Dole is next. Like, the walking part is right after the noun. I didn't. Okay, fine. Are we still using 1,000 for this, or is that something else? And I'm pretty sure this is Like he's resurrecting from the dirt pile. Like something kind of like blocked up.
堵
Yeah. So that was fine.
高
Oh, we worked on this.
损害
过多的太阳曝晒会损害皮肤。
Oh, we totally work on this too. It's a
Hoang.
butt. Intestine. I can butt.
手势
这些首饰都是手工制作的。
I'm feeling pretty good right now. Whoops. I'm feeling pretty energetic because we're working here. Uh,
贺卡
他们交换贺卡，
things are clicking. Clickety clackling. What?
邻居
我们的邻居常常帮助我们。
Yep, it is that G. Man, Japanese went somewhere else with that, with this character. They definitely do not use this character the same way. Interesting. We just got this character. Hmm.
今年
你今年几岁？
And this is as
送给
well
谢
gay.
谢你送给我这么好的礼物。
Their gay still works for income, but man, they only ascribe it to salary instead of give, because this is part of income or salary or in a part of like to be given something. I get where the oh no, it isn't. Just kidding. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, it is completely linked to salary as opposed to give. That's interesting. This was our new character today in the Japanese side of things. Huh. Interesting. Oh no, this is the mouth guard thing. We worked on this. Oh! And I typed the wrong thing. At least I think. Oh, maybe it was this. No, it was definitely not. Definitely not. This is like the fitting thing, right? Son of a bee sting.
柜台
这是结账柜台。
What is going on here? Oh man. Japanese has some overlapping on this right at this moment. I can't get from 10. It's 10, but oh no. Oh. Son of a bee sting. Took a on Lee. No? Yeah. I can't undo the Japanese interference. Oh, that's not good. I think the right one is Sing. I think that's model. Mold. It's mold. And what is that? A steak? Steak and some fins. I don't know what it is. I thought this was like oh, whoops, that's sure. I don't know where the fins come in. Fin and ground. What type of model are we talking about? Something with Quasimodo is what I think it is. But that there's nothing that I can think of that would. Oh, it's Dien. Oh my gosh. We know Sing. It's Dien that got dropped. It's canon. Canon. So that means just like standard mole. It's typical. Yeah. And the reason why this is confused is because it is typical. This is the word for typical Japanese. We just got it recently. 10 what was it, like saber, lantern, knife, lantern, and soil. Oh no, bottle. It's gone. 10K, right? 10K. And then this is happens to be 10K teki. 10K teki is typical. Yeah. It's kind of interesting that teki still is the same as de here. Yeah. So I couldn't unhear 10. I'm like, I don't know what this is. And it's D. Wow. Canon, right? Dang. Yeah, that's a bit of interference right there. Literally 10K teki here. And then 10K. Man. Oof. I guess there is a bit of a problem when you have a really old thing. This is an older one. An older one. And you're trying to recall something loose from an older one, and then a very recent one, which they're both in the position where they could be forgotten. Short term, just recently introduced, and then long term, which is the furthest extent. Wow. But it was just the end. This Sing was okay. And Sing was not that recent. This one's kind of yep. Still above average day so far though.
喝醉，
他每次喝醉都会睡很久。
博物馆，
It's
博物馆
interesting.
里有很多历史文物，
I wasn't able to negotiate. That's usually not a problem, So kind of a humbling experience.
背
Hmm.
黑熊
黑熊是非常强壮的动物。
And I thought, oh wait,
10
it's fine. I'm thinking if I could change
典型
this
这
for
个
the
案例是典
canon.
型的。
It's just Diddy Kong in the pawn shop making a list, right? Making a list of all the stuff. The stakes and fins, taking inventory for the stakes and fins. Which it could have been taking inventories of anything, but unfortunately that's all we got for it. There's nothing else you can really do that's related to Diddy Kong. Outside of adding more to it, which doesn't exist in the character. Now we can combine it. So the goal now is to combine it with 10k. 10k and 点性 点形 and 10k has to be lumped together from now on. They'll strengthen each other.
圆珠笔
我可以跟你借圆珠笔吗？
Okay. Not too bad. 3 off. Got a second win, a good second win in the middle of the day. Felt good. Things were clicking. Had quite a lot of momentum. Not bad for a post-midnight session off of a long lesson day. And this one's really different too, man. Yol versus Yang, and the usage is really Yang and oh, this one's rough. But I think we got this one pretty okay. Hui. This one is gonna need some help. Ni. Yo. Raw. 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 Yeah, raw. Okay. Alright. So. Chang. Jiao Li. Right? Yeah, Jiao Li. Guang. Guan. This one's a little iffy. Guangshi. This one's okay. Actually, both of these are... no, both of these are decent. It's extravagant. Or like magnificent that is like... Oh, no, it's this one. This one's rough. Kandang. It's okay. Oh, Niao. Niao Juan. Niao John. It's okay. That one's Pretty okay. GD. GD. Oh no, not GD. Jita. Jita is transliteration, so how to get good at that. Jing. Jingong. Okay. 炎热 is okay. 吉利 is okay. Oops. 功课 is fine. 焦点 that's kind of a pivot focal point. And 发言 yeah, probably the weakest is magnificent and anything dealing with Neo. Turn around, that's pretty weak. Okay. Alright, so we have Yoshi. Yoshi in the chapel. This one's actually kind of weak, but it has Yang in it. So that's kind of okay. On the weaker side. Is in the chapel praying to the, you know, the ocean, to the ocean god, which happens to be portrayed by a sheep, because Yoshi is an animal, you know. That's kind of how we're gonna go with it. To a sheep, and it starts spraying everywhere, right? Salt water everywhere for everyone, flooding the place, creating an ocean. Salt water is fine, pretty okay. And then now we have Pinocchio, who's in front of the pawn shop, leaning against the front door, or near the front door. Slender Man comes over, leans over, and takes a booklet that he's given as he's hanging out for the pawn shop. Right, he walks in. Not too bad. Pretty solid. Now we have the Hulk in the bathroom of the beach house, where he notices a bunch of forks, right? The last occupant, like, he's in at a B. What is it? What do you call those? Bed and breakfast. Why am I drawing a blank on bed and breakfast? But he's in a bed and breakfast. Notice that there are forks stuck into a bunch of bean stalks, right? Bean stalks. And he is intelligent enough to know that they don't have hearts, so he can pull them out and hope that they recover. Gentle giant situation. Okay, and then now we have Neo, who's in his house, doing some experiments. He's taking a spoon, but instead of bending the spoon with his matrix powers and stuff, he's gonna try to turn it into a flag. But somehow it's gone all wrong, and mud sprayed everywhere. It's got nothing else. We're just gonna stick with it. Then we have James Bond, who's in front of the bakery, right? In front of the bakery. Kind of chilling, kind of recovering from eating too much croissants, and his stomach's a little bit upset. So in traditional Asian manner, I suppose, he's gonna prepare some porridge. And how he does this is he takes some rice, puts it into a container, and use a makeshift thing built out of bowls to stir and smash the rice. I don't know where this is going. Joe doesn't really need it. Joe is Joe. It's a staple, so we're good with that. Now we have Frodo, who's exiting the English manor with his buddy, an English foreman, right? Getting ready to set out for the mountain expedition with his walking stick, his beanstalk walking stick, to head on to the mountain to climb the mountain peaks nearby. Then we have Rudolph, who is once again in the bathroom of the office building. He's trying to take a break, and he's very hungry. He saw some flowers to the right of the stalls and decided to take a munch on them as if it was lunchtime, right? And then now we have 3 things. These are actually pretty disappointing. Jiang is pretty disappointing. So we have what? Waitress. Or it's general, so no, not general. So it's general with the bulldog, right? Jiang. Which is a ward, and then we have and that's what was lost, basically. This is a ward. It was next to Xiang. Right. So award item. So it's an award. And then Hui was really weak. I got it, but it's still on the weak side. Because there's also Hua and Guo. There's quite a lot with the whole dress being wedged between nets and snowflakes. This one was the lid, net, snowflake, and heart. No, dress. Right. Hoang. Oh no, Huai. No, Huai. It's Huai. Which is cherish. This one's a tough one. I actually worked on it a couple times. And I gotta double check. And then DN. DN is an old one, unfortunately. Did not hold up. Which is canon. It did not hold up to the interference. Fortunate. Canon, or I usually use word list. List is good. Or like standard. You have standard. Yeah. Let me check. Why? Yes. Why? All right. We're good. Yeah, it's a lid, but it's actually a dress split into the 2. So dress on the bottom, wedge in between. This character can be a new thing too. Like I don't know if it's a separate thing. I think they still treat it as separate. Yeah, this arrangement, dress with a net and a snowflake in between. There are more than one of these, which is not here, interestingly enough. Hold up, let me go to dress. Yeah, see, here we go. Oh no, wait. There are only 2 so far, actually. So there's a lot of this thing where the dress is wedging. So Huai, there's the Huai, but there's also Huai, which is bad. Bad. And then there's Guen, which is the dress wedged. So the dress gets split up a lot. There's also Rang, and then there's Huang. Huang is a little bit different because there's no hat here, but here's another dress in between. So that's interesting. And it creates a little bit of noise. Oh, and this one is very common too. And this is kept separately as well under the prototypic rang. So there are some interesting places where I'm kind of curious why they decided not to do that. And then over in HanziHero, not HanziHero, WaniKani, I got a component that I can input over here. I like it when sometimes WaniKani ends up deciding on a radical, and then HanziHero decided not, right? And then vice versa. So what happens is I would import the components back and forth. So there was a new component today that was not in HanziHero. It was this one. Oops. This was the task. Oh, lifeguard, and I like it. Lifeguard is great. This one gets used a lot too. The prototypic one would be like Liang. Oops. I had to actually select which Liang. Oh, no, yes. Wait. It's not Liang. Jiang. Jiang is what I'm thinking. It's lecture. So right here, this one, rack and wire mesh together. There's plenty of these too. So there's one where you here's one, here's one, here's one, and here's one, right? But these are not used separately. Yeah, these are not. These are considered separate things, and I think it's common enough. This is now there's also a variant of this, which is the trellis with the wire mesh, which I'm not sure it becomes a component either. So here's another one down here. And then there's this one too, the hook into the trellis. So it's interesting what they do. And then I would import them back and forth. Double the reinforcement, I suppose. But today, Dian, this one, this happens like nearly like I would say 0.05% of the time, and it feels really weird. Like, I usually, when there's interference, it often means it's helpful. But today, I could not for the life of me get Dian. I keep thinking of Quasi. I keep thinking it's Chi. It starts with a Chi. And I couldn't get it. Didn't get it at all. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Chi, which is curve or bent. And that's just the top. It's just a stake. Right? It's Chi. I couldn't go beyond Chi. It's Chi with fins. So I couldn't figure out where the fins were. That's where I was stuck. Alright. Well, anyways, that was a lot of fun. I thought it was pretty good. Learned a few things. Usually humbling experiences, and I still find that HanziHero's like approach and the more consistent volume, like consistent volume is my wheelhouse, but doing WaniKani is testing my other abilities, you know. WaniKani's effort stack is, it's always like this, right? And then HanziHero is just flat across the board. And there's some noise, there's some slight noise, but it's flat across the board, and it's pretty clear that I'm more adapted at going flat across the board. However, the dynamics with WaniKani is kind of, it has its ups and downs. So we have like heavy days, short days, and then you can kind of appreciate the heavy days and short days. HanziHero is like, there's no permutation of that. So occasionally when there's a little noise going on, it helps me appreciate that I'm working harder. Like today was pretty nice. When I work hard, I get the answer, and we round it up. Struggle days are where the progress is kind of being made as well. Just it feels a lot more negative at first, but you always remind yourself the harder you work, in my opinion, the more likely you're getting something done. More likely, not guaranteed, because there are times when you can't rule out the thing where you think you're working at something, but it's misguided. So that can happen. Like you think the problem and the solution to a problem, it's not coherent with the actual problem and what you're addressing. That can occur. In this case, it's so isolated that it's very easily discernible where the problem is. And then applying a bit of elbow grease and creativity goes a long way to make the reward feel great. Like, hear me out. One thing that a hot take from today is that, yes, it does take time, right? It does feel awful when you have to take time to, let's say, make a mnemonic. But when it comes up again, and you immediately think of your mnemonic, the thing that you spent time on, it creates a different type of reward center. That, it triggers, in my opinion, a different type of reward that is not the same as the reward of remembering something and getting it right the first time, explicitly. So the thing is, though, time is the problem. If you do it for everything, then it defeats the convenience of buying something or using something that is supposed to save you time, right? Then that can become a negative pinpoint, the negative focus point. If something is taking more time than doing it alone, then that itself becomes the consistent negative feeling. That's a different problem. That's a consistent negative feeling. In these cases, when there's an occasional negative feeling, and you plug it up with invested time, it feels really good when it comes back around. It's because you did it. You're the one responsible. So I think having both of them in a study process keeps you on your toes. When things go well, it's very convenient, it's fast, but you're also not working that hard, or you're working less hard than you would have. And then when you have spotted things, you try to encourage yourself to work hard. It's like, okay, well, I know this is going to be a problem. What can I do about it now? And then see if it becomes a problem. And then what can you do about it then, right? Address the problem head on. Occasionally, which when I'm very tired, I also know when to okay, I trust myself to do it tomorrow. I trust myself to do it. But you don't typically try to avoid it. So when I say, oh, I'm going to come back around to this at some point, it means that there's a high chance I'm telling myself I should address this problem. It's different from someone who says, oh, that's okay. It's not important to me. It's like, that's okay. Like, it doesn't bother me if I get this wrong. Or that's okay. I'll just ignore this. That's avoidant behavior. Avoidant behavior, in my opinion, used very frequently would mean that you stop developing skills. You stop solving problems. It will continue to be easier and easier. And I agree. Saying that, oh, I'll just trust the system, or I'll trust the process, like in a different way, by not having to worry about it, it alleviates the pressure of having to put any more effort into it. And that can feel great and makes it easy, right? Like, oh, hey, this guy seems like they're going to disagree with me. Yeah, that's okay. I don't have to practice this. I already know what I need to know. So I'm just going to avoid having a disagreement with this person, right? There's a difference between disagreeing with the person because you dislike them and you don't want to accept their perspective, and then there's disagreement where you're approaching it from discussion, and discussion takes a lot of effort. And for me, I always go straight into it. If you want to have a discussion, which is where I'm going to end this session now, right? As always, this is the end of HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. And as always, feel free to pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Let me know what you think. It would be great. And as always, you're welcome to stop on by, have a discussion, exchange some ideas, bluff around with some disagreements or maybe partial agreements. Keep each other motivated, right? I think entering discussion allows one to be enthusiastic about one's own beliefs and approaches, while also possibly being inspired in exchange and share other ideas with other people. And ultimately, when generosity meets generosity, they become transformative and emergent. And as a wonderful bonus, when one is involved in a discussion, both giving and receiving, it keeps each other motivated. So you're more than welcome. Stop on by. You know where to find me, right? As always. Until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? I'll see you guys next time. 感谢观看. Right? Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.